will put that on. Yes, I have my caller on. So folks, please subscribe and join the group. Model Victor. There we go. So what I will do now is I will click on Wojtek's square, and while he's on fire, he will show his screen. He'll be showing us the, I think it's called the sociotype graph test, the Reinin test. So what we're going to do, folks, we're going to go through this test, and then after we've gone through the test, we're going to go super in depth with a proper INTP. I consider myself only half an INTP. My degree is in biology, is in physics, so proper INTP.
So
we're going to go
half-blood INTP. Yeah, sure. So I will share my screen now to go to the Reinin Dichotomies test. So,
yeah, and what I've done is I've clicked on your square so that your screen is pretty much on screen all the while now.
Okay, so Reinin Dichotomies is pattern from Socionics.
Could you zoom in as much as possible, but so that you still see the 16 options? Right. If you go out again a little bit, in one more. Yeah, that'd be about it. Yeah. No, that's it. Perfect.
So there are about 15 Reinin dichotomies.
Yeah.
And the basic theory is you can type yourself in Socionics terms by choosing one dichotomy over the other. I think 4 of them on average are basically enough to type yourself, and let's see where this leads us.
Yeah.
So there are 4 basic Reinin dichotomies which correspond to the Jungian dichotomies. This is tier 1 of Reinin dichotomies. Introvert versus extrovert, pretty self-explanatory. Logical versus ethical, this is T versus F in MBTI. Intuitive versus sensing, I think I don't need to explain it. Static and dynamic.
Just to interrupt for a moment.
Yep.
Okay, I'd like just in the way they've defined introvert, extrovert, and then intuiting and sensing. Do you think there's a little bit of an overlap there between say introversion and intuition, and extroversion and sensing?
I mean, they use the Jungian definition of introvert and extrovert, which kinda is not in line with the MBTI definitions of that, and especially not of Kersey's definition of introvert and extrovert. Like the introvert and extrovert in Jungian terms and in Socionics terms is maybe more of an abstract type in the Kersey system, while the extrovert is more of a concrete type. But anyways, there are...
I'll just say one thing I remember. I'll just say one little thing, then I'll let you get back in. It's because it's something I remember what Kersey Jr. said about introversion, extroversion, when he talked about, because he gave the example that he knows an ENTP that's more socially awkward than he is, but that he's expressive in terms of his ideas, because he was a businessman.
Hmm.
So he was more outer directed, even though socially he was more reclusive than Dave. But that's all I wanted. I just wanted to give the audience an example of how Kersey saw introversion, extroversion in terms of, and so the expressiveness wasn't merely confined to social expressiveness.
So okay, the Socionics Reinin dichotomies distinguish between introvert and extrovert. The introvert uses his imagination rather than manipulating real objects, focuses on relation between self and the outer world. So this is basically Jungian definition of introversion, which deals with the relation of the individual to the object. Extroverts have a direct relationship to the object, while introverts are having an image of the object that they relate to. Depending on their dominant function, it can be either view 3TI, introverted thinking. It's always subjective. It's always not directly focused on the real objects in the real world, while extroverts are more in the objects of the real world. So this is basically the dichotomy that's used in Socionics. Logical and ethical, yeah.
I just want to give one example of, because I've read something recently about relations in terms of, Victor has this theory that if you see a couple together, that the introvert will see the relations between the two people and the relationship rather than the two individuals, and will see the relationship between the two people. And so it's almost like the integral type is, so Victor thinks that if you see two people who are duals, acting like duals, then the integral type of that relationship is ISFJ, SR, SIFE. Then he thinks that introverts see more the relation between the objects. So that's just a little bit advanced, but that's an example of introverts seeing the relations.
Yeah, objects can be anything from real sensorical experience, like you are angry right now or you are happy right now, to more abstract objects. But introverts will always see the reflection of the object within their own psyche. That's the Jungian definition of it, and Socionics goes quite strict by the Jungian definitions. What you said there, there's an overlap between Kursey's definition of intuitives or abstract types and introverts in the Jungian system. So intuitives, abstract types are more about ideas, about concepts that have maybe no real connection to the world. So there's a bit of confusion there. But yeah, I mean, there's an overlap also between here in the Socionics model itself between intuitive and introvert. The intuitive better perceives the non-material side of the world, ideas, concepts, and like. Quickly absorbs information, but because of poor digestion, doesn't keep it in memory for too long. While sensing types are better at perceiving the material world, taste, color, and like, slowly absorbs information, but thanks to good digestion, keeps it in memory for a long time.
One thing on that is, I can see that being true of Guardians. Guardians have a good memory, but I don't know how true that is of SPs.
When we talk about the concrete versus abstract dichotomy, I think it's very true. SPs are very concrete and have a good memory for details. Like when you do an SP about theory, for example, as an INTP, I don't remember all the details about Kelsey, about Socionics. I always have to look it up before I speak about it. But SPs really have a memory for that. They would challenge you on details when you are making mistakes on the specifics.
Jeff does that. He knows Kersey stuff back to front and upside down. And I do it by going through it again and again and again to memorize it.
Yeah.
Testing myself.
Me too. When I have to break it down to concretes and I want to write like a post, an article about it, or like here to talk about it, I have to reread it remember the details. Like I have a general idea what intuition versus sensing in socionics is, and I see the general patterns, but like the concrete definition, the concrete details of the definition, I forget it like immediately. So we have logical versus ethical. That's T versus F in the MBTI, and it's pretty much the same in the dichotomies here. The logical person better perceives real objects, relations, general principles and trends, logical connections and rules, while the ethical is better at perceiving feelings, emotions, concerns, and interpersonal relationships. Intuitive.
But you see,
yeah.
I'll just say something in terms of that logical, ethical. If you like are doing like an inventory test, you can have a lot of people who are quite close on T versus F. I'm quite close on T versus F.
Yeah, me also. I used to at the beginning when I started to deal with personality theory. I had a pretty close T versus F score. So at the beginning, I wasn't sure if I'm INFP or INTP. I mean, I was quite sure that I'm T-type because it was self-evident. But like this questionnaires that I did, who am more on the board of it.
So at the moment, are you going to click intuitive? Because I think you're pretty sure that you're an intuitive type. If you click on that one.
I don't want to click on the first year level of the Reinin dichotomies because, I mean, they are basically MBTI, so we don't get any new information out of that. If I type myself as an intuitive or as a logical person, okay, it's pretty clear what result I will get. So it will be more interesting when we get to the higher tier dichotomies.
Okay.
So static versus dynamic. The static type perceives reality as unrelated stills. So they are more quantized. They go from one state to the other, black or white, 1, 2, 2, and so on. Well,
So ESFPs and ENFPs. So all the SPs and NPs. No, not the SP. All the SE and NE DOMs are meant to be static. Because NE and SE are static functions in the theory.
Which I find strange, by the way, because
I know.
I would definitely see NEs as dynamic types if we go by the meaning of dynamic and static.
Exactly. And the same with artisans. It's the same with ESTPs and ESFPs. And here's the ironic thing. Your SJs, your SI DOMs, are in this theory, they're dynamic. ESFJs are dynamic and ESTJs are dynamic.
Yeah, I mean that's problematic, but I mean you can always go by the actual meaning of this words that the general meanings of these terms, because they are defined within the framework of the theory in a very specific way. I mean, in the example of MBTI, intuitive and sensorical is not intuitive. Intuition is not what as defined by MBTI and Jung. It's not the same as the general understanding of intuition.
No, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yes, did you watch the 4th Hangout?
Yeah, I will go through the Hangout.
Oh, you've not watched it yet?
Yeah.
In that Hangout, they talked about static, dynamic.
I'm doing
the way they talk.
I'm doing a lot of personal projects right now, so I'm somewhat busy. You know, I do this political affiliation based type thing, and I also am developing an Facebook app. So
I'll just give you a quick version of of how Victor sees static dynamic. Victor sees that as sort of like static as mentally stable and dynamic as mentally changing in terms of mood. And so he sees SI and NI DOMs as internally changing their mood quite a bit.
Do you see my shared screen right now? Okay.
Yep.
So that's Wikisocion is like the go-to site when you want to read.
Oh, I will say one thing.
Yeah.
That in terms of writing style, it does seem to hold up. But it's quite. I think it's easier for people who speak 2 or more languages to be able to see static versus dynamic. And so Alina has told me that my writing style is very static in terms of I'll have a lot of like caveats and almost like stop the flow to have a digression in brackets and then close the brackets and then start things. So it doesn't flow the way. So static dynamic seems to work in writing style.
Yeah, definitely. I would say the INTP writing style is very static. So let's take these definitions. Static types perceive events in episodic manner, discrete states rather than continuous change. So the opposite of a episodic manner would be a holistic manner.
Can I just ask you something about, is your monitor squarish? Have you got a really old monitor? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I have like one 2024, 2028 resolution.
Is it like 4:3?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Because that's the way it looks like on my screen in terms of it. Right, okay. Yeah, go on.
So episodic manner, by the way, there's an interesting neurological connection to episodic memory versus holistic memory. Episodic memory is memory about events, about concrete events, like you had your 11th birthday, and there was a cake, and you remember what people exactly were there and how the situation was. While holistic would be more the general idea of the situation. So episodic events more inclined to say how stages A, B, and C are, so concrete definitions of stages of things themselves. That is very INTP TI-like to give an exact definition of what we are talking about. Then describe events in a general manner by comparing them to other similar events. I find that one actually quite strange and problematic. Let's go to 4, more inclined to talk of properties than the structures of reality.
You see, this static dynamic thing is comes straight from Aushra, who was using. You know more about this than me. She was using like a metaphor from physics, and so.
I mean,
it's interesting, but it's a bit.
Yeah.
A bit.
This really sounds more like Keynesian concrete versus abstract. This point especially, like concrete people, concrete types like SPs and SJs would talk about the concrete properties of reality.
Right.
The stories of statics usually involve one constant main character. You could talk about this because you are a lot of into story arcs and story. Do you think this is true? Like static types would. We before the Sangam started, we talked a lot about Game of Thrones and how there are like multiple main characters that die at an arbitrary way, while the traditional story would have like one main character through which we experience the plot.
Okay, well, we could talk about someone who we are very much certain of this person's type, and that's Douglas Adams.
Yes.
I mean, everyone who's read Douglas Adams and knows MBTI, I would say everyone would say ENTP.
To the Galaxy.
Yeah, and everyone who's read that book and knows what an ENTP is knows that Douglas Adams was an ENTP. It's like 90, there'll be one weirdo out there who doesn't think Douglas Adams was an ENTP, but it's like overwhelming support. ENTP. So we know Douglas Adams is an ENTP.
I even cannot think of an alternative typing for Douglas Adams. He's so ENTP. It's
yeah, even the bad qualities. Now,
okay, let's focus on the dynamic types. Maybe we'll have more agreement on that.
No, I'm just thinking about that. Stories of statics usually involve one constant main character. But I mean, I don't know. Anyway, it puts usually in there. Usually. So
like
now you see
I don't see it. I find the static versus dynamic dichotomy very problematic. I can't take anything from it. Like
this is why, Wojtek, that I wanted you to watch. And when we do another video on this in future, when you watch and we could actually do a video reviewing that video, the fourth hangout. That would be cool. Like Wojtek's thoughts on the fourth Galenko hangout, because static dynamic is a big part of his. Because it's one of his dichotomies that he uses for his temperament system. Because as you know, all the EPs are static, all of the IPs are static. No, they're dynamic. Sorry, IP in the Socionics code. All of the EJs are dynamic, and all of the EPs are static. And the IJs are static in the Socionics code. So you see what I mean? Like, so his whole temperament is based on a dichotomy that you don't necessarily believe in.
Yes, that's exactly my problem with it, because I know he puts a strong emphasis on this dichotomy, and I really can't get anything out of this. Like, I don't see it, especially like, I mean, if we would take this very abstractly and say this is something very new and there are static and dynamic states, and I would go by these definitions, then okay, I could work on that. But like, with the background on what types are supposed to be dynamic and what types are supposed to be static, it doesn't make like any sense to me.
Yeah. Dario mentioned this to me in a is that we INTPs, folks, can get stuck in a TI-SI loop. So once we know a framework, we try to fit it to a framework that we already have. And so we maybe to a certain extent we can get set in our way. So maybe from that point of view, we are a little bit static in terms of like, we have a model, we stick to a model until we then go on to another model. So this static dynamic thing, it works. The thing is, the way I see it, it works for the judging functions. It doesn't work for the perceiving functions.
Exactly. Like this is very static is very TI, or TI is very static.
Like FI as well.
Really being about concrete definitions of things, about differentiating between things, but it collides with our NE and our P and the MBTI system. But let's not start about the introverts P versus J discussion here. So dynamic types perceive events in a continuous sequence, continuous changes rather than discrete states. Yes, I mean, but and more inclined to say how stage R leads to B and B to C, so process oriented basically. They are all about the changes, not about the states themselves. But again, with INTPs, I would say we are more dynamic in this way because we are very much through our intuition about processes, about interrelations, and not about effects.
Again, because of our creative function being NI, where we're looking at the cause and effect all the while.
Right. Yeah, I mean, exactly.
So that so like I said, the creative function can mess up a lot of the Reinin dichotomies.
And point 3, this doesn't sound dynamic at all. Describe events in a specific and concrete manner. This is like, okay, but this is not...
That's like a typo. That's like a typo.
Yeah. Like, that's not dynamic at all. I mean... more inclined to talk of movements and interactions of reality. Okay, yes, exactly. Like, this would be dynamic. This is not. Like, aren't those 2 points kind of contradicting each other? Like, I mean, point 3 says specific and concrete events, while point 4 says interactions and movements.
Well, if we compare number 4 in the static that says more inclined to talk of properties and structures of reality, and then more inclined to talk of movements and interactions of reality. But again, that also sounds like the introversion thing. You know, when the introversion thing sounds like relations.
Yeah.
So relation can be like interaction.
Relation to the object, yeah. And the stories of dynamics usually involve multiple main characters.
You have to compare INFPs and INFJs. But I would think though that an INFP would be more likely to write a novel about one character because they're more self-absorbed.
Yes, exactly. I mean, FI is very self-absorbed. It's all about what they are experiencing, what they are feeling, and this would be very static from this definition here.
Unless the NE makes them go, oh, I want a character about this, I want a character about that, all that sort of stuff.
Mean, NFP stories are all about this one main character, what he has experienced and what story arc he goes through.
Oh, really? You've noticed that?
Yes.
Right.
So that would be basically E, where is it? EII. Where?
So it looks
EII and
it looks like judicious decisive is it looks like it's SE valuing versus SI valuing. Judicious decisive.
Sorry, let's take then this one. EII is static. Okay. Yeah.
Because it's a TI and FI DOM.
Yeah.
because Ti and Fi are static, and like I said, for the judging functions, static dynamic works fine. So, for instance, we can say TE people are about. They think like this.
Yes.
If the facts change, you got to change your opinions. With FE DOMs, it's their emotional state changes. They adjust to the people around them, so they're dynamic in terms of their emotions. If you look at FI DOMs, they stick to their principles. They stick to their feelings. They're not affected as much by other people around them. They're affected by their own emotional state. TI DOMs, they're more affected by their own principles, how they think, not people around them. So for the judging functions, static dynamic works great.
Yes.
But not so much.
For the whole type, it's difficult. I mean, that's okay. So let's go into the G versus P for introverts. So Socionics inverts the GP
I don't like JP for introverts, but unless you have to get extremely clever as to, are you talking about internal versus external?
Yes, I mean that's the whole problem. But when you regard an individual, you only can describe his personality from the outside. So MBTI is, I think, more correct in that way to put P and G like it does for introverts.
And also, it's consistent in terms of the temperaments, because it's consistent with the SPs and the SJs.
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, because the temperaments are a lot about the role that you play in society. So
and also, sorry to interrupt. It's not just the behaviour though with the SPs and SJs. They have similar motivations as well.
Yeah. So with static versus dynamic, we obviously have some problems here. Maybe other people don't. Maybe someone can explain to me what static versus dynamic is really about. I just get it.
It works for some. So, for instance, it works for, like, NI we can say is dynamic. That's about time, how stuff changes. Okay, that's fine. But then when we start saying that SI is dynamic, then we can say, well, it depends how you define SI. If you're talking about SI as internal bodily harmony and homeostasis, then you can say yes. But if we're talking about SI in terms of like algorithmic logic and by the book, no.
From the Cursey perspective, there is no other temperament that is more static like the SGs. I mean, it's within the definition.
Yeah.
So let's get to the higher tier dichotomies. So I maybe will now do a short introduction of what these tiers of Reynin dichotomies actually mean.
Wojtek, would it be okay if you talk about that while I go away and I get myself a drink and a buttered chorley cake?
Yeah, sure.
So you talk for 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Okay. So basically, the Reynin.
Talk about the maths.
Let's talk about the maths of Reynin dichotomies. The Reynin dichotomies are based on the Jungian dichotomies, and that's the 4 ones that we talk about here. The basic Reynin dichotomies: ethical versus logical, sensoric versus abstract, or intuition versus sensoric, introvert versus extrovert, and so on. So the theory of Reynin dichotomies is like this. We can create higher tier dichotomies from this basic Jungian dichotomies by combining them in a certain way. This is a mathematical formulation of that. We combine X, that might be one Jungian dichotomy, with another Jungian dichotomy, and it is done like this. All times that have this combination are X and J, or not X and not J. I will explain it on a specific example. Like, let's say, I'm not sure if I can get this on my screen share. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So, what's this? Okay. So, again, X combined with J is equal to X and J. This is Boolean logic, or the symbol means basically not, so the negation of that property, not X and not J. What does this mean in a concrete example? Let's say X is logics and epsilon would be, let's say, introversion. I hope I do that right. So this would be definitely logics combined with introversion would be all types that are logical and introverted, or not logical, which means P times, and not introvert ethical types, sorry, and not introverted, which would be extroverted. Now, did I get the Socionics definitions right? What character they use for extroversion? Damn it. One moment. Extroversion, introversion. Logical, ethical. Okay, so they use both. That's the problem. So I will write it out like this. Logics combined with introversion is logics and introversion, or not logics, ethical, and not introversion, which is extroverted. So basically, we have all introverted logisms, so TITs, and ethical and extroverted, which would be ES in the MBTI notation. So logics, this is a tier 2 Reynin dichotomy. It means we have on the one side of the dichotomy would be all ITs and ES, which would be INTP, ISTP, INF. Yes. This is going to be a messy record. INTP, ISTP, and ESFP and ENFP. Did I get this right? Yeah. So this would be one side of the dichotomy. The other would be the rest of the types. Let's see what this dichotomy is called like. That would be basically, let's share the screen again. Okay. So there's a great overview in this article. Okay. So I definitely should have prepared this. I'm sorry about this. So combining extroversion, introversion with logics and ethical would be this one: obstinate versus compliant. Let's look up the definition of that. So obstinate versus compliant would be ILE, the introverted logical extrovert, and TI, ENTPs. This line is more interesting. Like in MBTI terms, it would be all ETs and IFs, and obstinate types would be EF and ITs. So this is basically how you combine this basic Jungian dichotomies into higher tier Reynin dichotomies. You can do this game like for higher tier dichotomies. This would be tier 3 basically, and there's just one dichotomy that can be created out of all 4 basic Jungian dichotomies, obviously. So I guess this will be pretty more confusing than I intended it to be, but let's just go with it, whatever. So basically that's how these dichotomies are constructed. So here we have the tier 1 dichotomies. The dyadic traits would be where 2 Jungian dichotomies are combined. I'm sorry, 3 Jungian dichotomies are combined. And here's the level 4, the quadrant traits. Because it is pretty simple when you know MBTI and similar systems to type yourselves by the basic Jungian dichotomies. I will start out with the higher tier Reynin dichotomies because they are more abstract and they are less in line with what we know from MBTI.
Ding ding, I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Would it be useful to show the audience Reinin's pyramid?
Sure, do that, because I think I was more confusing than helpful with my explanation in the last 5 minutes.
In fact, I think you'd be a good person to explain Reinin's pyramid. And what I will do is I will send it to you over Facebook.
Okay.
I'll post it in the chat with Penelope. So I'll send you that. Scan. I think you did very well. I was listening whilst I was away. I was listening with my wireless headphones. So I'm now looking in. Yeah, go on. Right, so I'm going to send in you.
We should have
There it
like
is.
an elevator music for the times we are like looking up things.
Oh no, that would end the hangout. No.
Yeah. Hold the line.
There you go. I've sent it. And
Okay.
so what you can do is you can share the screen on that, and you can move it around to where you want it.
Okay, so, oh my god, let's share my screen.
Yeah.
Where is it? This one.
Oh, infinite progression.
Can you see the pyramid now?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this is Reinin's pyramid. And it looks very confusing from the first glance. But it basically...
This is like an INTP poster. INTP would put this on the wall and look at it.
Yeah, well, maybe it combines too much information into one diagram. I would split up several flat diagrams.
You know what happened when I showed it to David Kersey Jr. in the was like, oh, I've seen that before. Because you just like see loads of things presented like this before.
So we have at the basic. We have a basic pyramid structure, a trigonal pyramid. So then, and these are the basic Jungian dichotomies. We have extroverts versus introverts at one point of the pyramid, intuitive versus sensors here, logical versus ethical here, and irrational versus rational here. Then, when we move further in, we go up a tier in the Reynin dichotomies. We have static versus dynamic on the oh my god, what's this expression? Half of.
Can I ask something about each triangle?
Yeah.
With each triangle, if you have two of the three, does that mean you also have the third? That the third can be worked out if you have two of the 3 points in a triangle?
Say again?
Well, so for instance, there's a triangle there that goes. Say you've got 3 traits in a triangle. If you have 2 of them, does that mean you can automatically work out the third?
No, but you can work out the fourth from 3 of them.
Because it says here, for the dependent triads, knowing 2 traits in a triad gives the third.
Oh, you mean it like this? Yes, because in the triad itself, I mean when you look example for this line here, like the 2 basic Jungian dichotomies of extroversion versus rational and irrational, then you can work out static and dynamic. Because, and I hope my screen share will show this.
Yeah, I think INTP is looking at that.
Yeah. Where do we have it? Static, dynamic, extrovert, introvert. Okay.
So it's all very internally consistent, but...
So that's the reason why. When you take the basic dichotomy of extroversion versus introversion and rational versus irrational, this is the first tier dichotomies. They are based only on one Jungian dichotomy. You can construct the higher tier dichotomy from that. E and P. This is based on you could use like INTP in the first or any other combination of the dichotomies, but it is historically based on ENTPs because Augustova, how is her name pronounced? The creator of Socionics.
If you just say Augusta or Aushra, people know who
yeah.
mean.
Because she was ENTP, so it's based on ENTP. But you could use any other combination of the dichotomies. So from E and P, you can construct a dichotomy of static versus dynamic, which is AP, or it is basically AP and IJ, which would be static, and let me think, IPs and EJs would be the contra dichotomy for that. So yes, you can work out the third higher tier dichotomy because it's just a combinatorial combination of the basic ones. Let's get back to the pyramid. So static versus dynamic is AP or static is AP or IJ. So we can get this from this here, the extrovert versus introvert, and the rational versus irrational dichotomy.
Right. So for instance, we only need 2 of those 3 dichotomies in order to work out the third. So for instance, if we know that something is extroverted and static, then we know that it's NE or SE, and therefore we know it's irrational.
Yes.
And
yes, but I mean we can't work out the other higher tier dichotomies. Like it's only valid for like one line, and
yeah,
the middle point of this lines are the combination of the 2 that are adjunct to it. So like for the higher tier, for example, this is difficult if you don't have a good 3-dimensional imagination. So this line is the connection line between the middle of this line and logical ethical dichotomy.
I'll just say one thing, Wojtek. If you download the image and then open it up with an image viewer, it will be bigger for the audience. Because
basically zoom in here in the browser.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. Because it stretched it a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah. Because I'm just thinking of those people who are not watching on a big screen or in 720p. That should be. Yeah, that's fine. That should be fine.
So the connection line between static dynamic and logical ethical. I'm just thinking, but no.
Yeah,
between
judicious decisive.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Judicious decisive, which I think is SI the judicious and SE the decisive, links between intuitive and sensor.
Intuitive sensor and static dynamic, right? That's why I said that this isn't a very good representation of the information there, because I mean, come on, you basically can't make out the lines here. I would split it up in 2-dimensional triangles and go with that. But what was your original question? I'm sorry.
Oh, the original question was, I thought whether this might make it easier for people to show them.
I don't think so. This is not very like.
Maybe for INTPs. That's our audience, though.
No, not even that, because I mean it's problematic, say at least. Like it would be better to split it up into several pictures of 2-dimensional triangles and go with that. That's
I see, man. Yeah.
So, what you can see is how this higher tier Reinin dichotomies I spoke earlier about are constructed from the basic Jungian dichotomies. Like the Jungian dichotomies are really the endpoints, the defining endpoints of this big pyramid here. Here, 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 and here. And the second tier Reinin dichotomies are the midpoints between those basic Jungian dichotomies. Like this, for example, static versus dynamic would be a second tier Reinin dichotomy. Constructivism versus emotivism would be between the rational-irrational dichotomy and logical-ethical, and so on, aristocratic and democratic, and so on.
I've just noticed something.
Yeah.
Do you think that those 4 dichotomies you just mentioned are iffy dichotomies? We've already stated that static dynamic can be iffy. Do you think the other ones are quite iffy as well?
The second tier.
Like all 4 ones.
As I said, static versus dynamic doesn't give me anything. Constructive versus emotivism also seems not very well defined to me, at least. Democratic versus aristocratic, yes. I think it is also. It can be easier understood when you use the general meaning of the word aristocratic and democratic. But also in the definitions of this dichotomy, I can definitely see it. Like LIIs, aka INTPs, are more democratic. It's alpha quadra, and that is a good point to show my own little diagram that I made before.
Is it FE versus FI? What are the functions? Are there any particular functions that determine aristocratic, democratic, or is it one of these, ones that, as it says there? Because I know sometimes it's dependent on other Reinin traits. I just wondered if there's a particular function.
Let me think about this.
A functional pattern.
Yeah, a functional pattern for aristocratic versus democratic would be Democrats would be all NTs and SFs in the MBTI code, right. Or aristocrats would be all NFs, so curious and idealists, and STs.
So wait a minute. The aristocrats are all NFs.
NFs and STs.
Right. I'll just say something about NFs. I was looking at the role of a while ago. I think it was maybe last year, maybe middle of last year. I was outside and I was thinking about this. About all NFs seem to have strong FI because it's either in their social mission. So it's either like lead, as in INFP. It's either like their demonstrative function, as in ENFP. INFJ, it's like creative FI. And even in ENFJ, it's their control function. And so something so FI seems to be a powerful function in all NFs, just in different ways. It's in fact 4 different ways. Yeah. Lead, creative, demonstrative, and control are all powerful positions.
Yes, I mean it makes even more sense in Model G, but let's not get into that at this point because I think it will be confusing enough. So I made a diagram to illustrate the Reinin dichotomies in the quadras. I think the quadras are something that people can more relate to and maybe know something about.
They're okay.
So alpha quadra, that's INTPs are in INTPs, ENTPs, ESFJs, and ISFJs.
Yep, the NTPs and the SFJs.
Judicious, married Democrats. we are judicious and judicious. Let's use the term easygoing.
I think that correlates, folks, too. If you think of SI types are less impulsive than SE types, and so you can see that SE types are more decisive. They're more likely to take action, and SE is about taking action.
Yes, but I mean that SFJs are also in the alpha quadrant, and they are judicious.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're SI, not SE.
Okay.
In terms of valuing.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just saying. I think if I was to hear the word decisive, and someone would say to me, "Okay, what function is that?" I would say, "Oh, that sounds a bit like SE." Because it's like, "Oh, I've made a decision and I'm going to do it."
Yeah, but I think decisive is maybe more of an TASE trait, being decisive.
Maybe.
It would be.
It's tricky, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. So alpha quadrant for INTPs, ENTPs, and the SFJs are basically easygoing merry Democrats. I think that's a very good. When you use the actual Reinin dichotomies to describe the alpha quadrant, it's a very fitting description. Easygoing merry Democrats. That's the whole atmosphere of an alpha quadrant.
Right.
Yeah. Beta quadra are decisive merry aristocrats. So they are more aristocratic. They are more supposed to look at the group an individual belongs to and judge them by that. Like someone is from a certain socioeconomic background, someone is from a certain nationality, and so on and so on.
Just so folks know, yeah, sorry to interrupt, Bert. It's just that I asked Dario about this when we covered the Behrens Montoya version of the quadras. Is called, they now call it the intentional styles. They used to call it the cognitive styles. And I asked Dario about their version of the beta quadra is called the customizing intentional style. And I showed the differences, and I said to Dario, doesn't that look a bit schizophrenic? Like you can see which half is STP and which half is NFJ. So maybe the beta quadra is a little bit schizophrenic.
Because of the of them being merry and aristocratic.
It's just a combination of those two types. You know, you got NFJs and STPs. Very different from each other. And when you're trying to find things that they both have, it's like anything that. What I mean is, like when you're describing that quadra, it's like every line of description will fit half of them.
Yeah.
And then another line, you know.
I mean, it's the basis would be SE, exerted sensing, and
FE, Mary, yeah.
Did I say that right? Better quadro SE and yes. I'm just sorry, I have to look this up.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm saying this correctly. Yes, NE and SE.
Oh, I was thinking about something. About these two functions working together is this quadra in Behrens and Montoya. They believe in the main intent, I think, is equality for this. But I think what it means is maybe if you think of ESTPs, I think they assume that rules, if they are to be followed, must be equally enforced with no exceptions. And that might explain, because that's the main intention of this quadra in Behrens and Montoya is, I think it's equality for that quadra, like trying to bring together the FE and the TI. It's like when I asked Dario about it, he says, "Really? The ESTP is after equality?" But then I was thinking about it, maybe they want is like equality of enforcement of rules.
Yes, definitely. Like wondering to rule them all. I can definitely see that, especially for INFJs. I know they are very strict about applying social rules independently of the individual. Like all pupils should be treated equally in the classroom without playing favorites.
You've observed this. You've observed this for yourself.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Equality. I mean, that's the interesting thing that I think different types would define different terms like that differently. Like, I think we INTPs would define equality in a very anarchistic way.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I just yeah, sorry to interrupt. It's just that INTPs were stimulating ideas in each other. I remember we had a comment yesterday or earlier today about and you did a trolly post about it, about the nihilist with the sociopath.
Yeah.
Where the INFJ, certain INFJs can believe in. So there you could say it's an equality of moral points of view. All moral points are equal. Maybe it's a little bit like that. All points of view are equal. Or you know what I mean? Maybe it's that sort of thing. I'm trying to work out how equality is an evenly shared value in the beta quadra.
Maybe we can point it down to a phrase like equal rights, equal treatment, equal rights but not equal treatment. Like,
ooh.
Maybe something like this. When you go.
So the problem is you've got, if you're talking to ESTPs have an FI problem, and so equality. And again, now when I asked Dario about this, now he sort of did he gave a diplomatic answer. I think he said something like, "Well, when they brought out Interaction Styles 2.0, it was quite different from Interaction Styles 1.0, and this is Intentional Styles 1.0." So it's very hard to look for the similarity, but I think it is something like that. I would think that if you think about it functionally, ESTPs do care about the rules around them, the FE rules.
Right.
So I suppose they would want, and with their TI, I think they would want it. And Jack has said something similar, and he's F bipolar, he's in the NTP, that if there is going to be a rule, it must be enforced equally.
I mean, FESE would be like the enforcer.
Yeah.
So let's take this stereotype and try to define the bottom quadro by that.
Would it be like Rome, what we were just talking about beforehand? A bit of Rome.
Yeah. What in specially?
Well, just in terms of if we're talking about like the quadric values of certain civilizations, you think that Rome was very beta? Like, it was like you've got SE and you've got FE. Those two powerful functions, the emotional expressiveness of the FE and then the enforcement of the SE. Those functions do seem to be at the fore.
Together with TI, a strong emphasis on law. I mean, the whole Western idea of law and its importance we took from the Romans. I mean, they developed this stuff. Like for example, in the that's what I read anyways. East Asian understanding of law is more interpretive. Like if a contract is not deemed fairly, then you can break this contract. While we have this old Roman saying a contract is a contract, and you go through with it whether you like it or not. So this might be like the characterization maybe of beta quadrants equality, equal under the law. Maybe not equal like in the alpha quadrant. We just maybe the alpha quadrant is even too indifferent to people to be very
indifferent to people.
That might be a wrong joke.
Not if you look at actual SFJs.
Yes.
But we're thinking about the theory, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we alphas have some trouble to understanding this side of beta quadra. What equality means from them, because it's very different probably what it means for us. With indifferent, I mean we don't care that much, especially INTPs, to discriminate people. It's not. It's maybe not that we believe that all people are in a very FI way, like all people are special and should be treated with respect. We just generally not care enough to discriminate between people.
Or it might be that we believe in a principle that's more important, and that's called freedom of association. We have the right to associate with whom we want to associate with.
What do you think about favorism? Like, is it okay if a teacher treats a pupil who is, let's say, talented differently than a pupil who is just disturbing and problematic?
Well, if we would say that is a contract, then you can say, you got the parents paying for the education, and you got a student. There is an expectation. You could say and if you were taking a teacher to court, you would say that there is an expectation that the teacher would treat the pupils equally. That is a fair enough expectation.
Yes. In theory, but what about your like real world application towards it? Like, would you be shocked or irritated by a teacher being maybe somewhat more forgiving towards a talented pupil?
Well, you see, in a proper, if you're thinking about an American system where you don't get promotion and relegation, in a British system, the talented pupil wouldn't be in the same class as the other ones. They would be promoted and put into another class. They would be in a different band. They would be in a top band. They would be in a more. So, for instance, when I was at school, you had middle band, top band, and lower band.
That's very aristocratic, and the British culture has definitely some aristocratic elements.
But you see, what was great about that system, originally what it was you had the grammar schools, which was basically the children took an intelligence test at 11 years old called the 11 plus. And the grammar schools, and the purpose of the grammar schools was to prepare people for entry into university. And in those days, you went to university if you were clever. And mainly for tough subjects like medicine, law, one of the professions.
But that is a very TI-FE perspective, and we, because this system makes sense, it should be applied. But I mean, that is something we have in common with Beta Quadral. Let's maybe focus not on the TI-FI, because that's what we have in common, but on the things we don't have in common. Like they have NESE and we have NISE and we have NE.
They are.
SI.
They have. So if we say like the alphas are like the Greeks, and the betas are like the Romans got stuff done. They were decisive. Now, the way I think of decisive.
Spartans, Athenians.
Maybe yes. That's a better example. Yes, the Athenians versus the Spartans. Is that I see someone who's judicious is they're not hasty. They'll think back. They'll think about it. Usually, if you describe someone as decisive, then you're usually describing someone who has decided something, and then they've implemented it.
Not regarding the costs. Like, we made a decision, we will stick to it.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
While we would be more like, yeah, okay, that decision.
And we might even second guess it. And once we've made the action, we might go, oh, did it go very well? Because you know what I mean. We're not going to stay the course. As much.
One, because of our NE, because all alphas value NE. So there's always this second guessing and other explanations, and SI, which is in Socionics the function of coarseness. If coarseness gets distracted by a hardcore decision, then it's not worth going through with it.
However, but I can give an example of Thomas Jefferson, and that's actually as modern day relevance. I'll just click on my square to tell people what Thomas Jefferson did. He was second or third president of the United States, and he was fighting the Barbary Coast pirates. And they had a meetup in London, and they said that you're not Muslims, we can take whatever we like from your ships. And Jefferson decided that he wasn't going to keep handing over money to these Islamic pirates, and that he would defeat them. And he sort of came to the conclusion, Jefferson, we've got to go to war with the Barbary Coast pirates. And so he looked at the future and he thought, right, they're going to keep doing this. I can see the future using logic, therefore I've got to get hardcore.
Maybe not logic, but an eye. Like seeing the future with an eye and going hardcore with SE.
But it's rare to do it. And that's where I think that INTPs, with us, the SE is a touchy subject. So it's like we're not skillful in its use. So if we apply force, we might overreact. We might go like the whole hog. We might go a little bit because it's not very sophisticated in its use. It's like it's all or nothing.
Yes, like
not very sophisticated. So we don't control the emotion very well. Whereas
we don't understand the nuances of SE.
Yes, that's the thing. That's it specifically. That's right. ESTPs know how much. Although I do think though that ESTPs can get owned by ESFJs, and we saw that with the recent events votes with Megyn Kelly and Donald Trump. Megyn Kelly owns Donald Trump. If you see the first debate, because Megyn Kelly raised with Donald Trump, and I think Megyn Kelly is like an ESFJ former lawyer. And so if Megyn Kelly says to Donald Trump, and she did, you seem to have a problem with women, Donald, and the way she is with her people skills. If you argue with Megyn Kelly, you're arguing with the crowd as well, because the crowd, they love Megyn Kelly. But INTP know that when you Megyn Kelly, ESFJ is amazing.
That's skillful wielding of FE, like.
She's fantastic, Megyn Kelly. She's like an ideal ESFJ in terms of like her personality. It's amazing. Everything you admire about ESFJ is in like this ability to be like have a little bit of NE, be self-effacing. All of these But like when you think of like intelligent ESFJs,
Mm.
and it's like, and the reason why is usually ESFJs get on well with the ESTPs. But if you have an ESTP versus an ESFJ in a public environment, the ESFJ knows how to look better than the ESTP in front of all the other people, whereas the ESTP can come across as aggressive and in front of people. So if you have when you have an argument between, say, Megyn Kelly and Donald Trump, Megyn Kelly's all calm and collected in front of all the other, because she's like ESFJ in that situation, doesn't look good. Can't argue.
She knows how to play FE well. So, and I mean, FE would be the manipulative function for ESTP, right?
The launcher function. Yeah, they're but it's just that. Yeah, it's just that in terms of there's the actual argument. There's that one thing, but it's how you come across to the people watching. So the people watching the debate is like they see Donald Trump interacting with Megyn Kelly and goes, like they'll see his aggression, and they'll see the way Megyn Kelly can say things, right, but in a nice way. Mm. So you know, in that ESFJ way, they can say like really cutting things, right? They really get to the heart, but say it in like such a smooth ESFJ way. Mm. But and then he rattles. If you see the first debate, he didn't do that recent Fox debate that was a few days ago because Megyn Kelly asked him that question in the first debate where she just lays it. And because she's a former lawyer, like she always goes, she will say things so very slickly, like with a smile on her face. No, that's not true. And she does it in such a way that they can't argue with her. Mm. It's an amazing. It's an amazing, if you see what I mean. It's because it's like she puts them in a position where I suppose these men feel that if they argue with her, then they come across as being aggressive, and it goes against the tone of the room, and it's like they can't do anything against her.
Huh. So she's setting up an alpha atmosphere for the discussion, and he is disturbing it with this SE.
Yeah, it's basically like, and also you got to think, if you've got a conservative audience, right, and they're going to be, especially if they're SJs as well, they're going to be so with Megyn Kelly.
Yeah,
and because she very rarely does this sort of thing, she very rarely gets confrontational with people. And then when she does get confrontational with people, it's in like such a smooth way, and it's in a nice way, and it's in a funny way. So so when Megyn Kelly says to Donald Trump, "Do you think you have a problem with women?" He's got a problem with women if she's saying it.
Asking rhetoric questions. Yeah. And I mean, this would be definitely the difference between alpha and beta quadra, like keeping in line with FE, SE, cozy, not being nice to each other way, while beta quadra would be more in the moment, SE harsh and
But when it's a smart ESFJ, they can go quickly between that FE and TE. They get the facts, and it's like, and it's so it's the same when she's with Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly's like the 6'4" guy, like ESTJ, I think. I mean, Jeff thinks he's an SP. I think he's an ESTJ. But when, Bill O'Reilly is like really like big aggressive man, and like Megyn Kelly, nothing, no intimidation whatsoever, and she'll like take him on. Like I said, I mean, a smart ESFJ is a thing to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Like I said, because they have the sophistication of all of those emotions. Right, where Donald Trump is behaving like such a child. I ain't doing that Fox News debate if she's there. And then she starts the debate with, "Let's talk about the elephant that's not in the room."
Yeah, I mean, but I think FEs are really skilled at. We talked at another hangout about SPs being good at playful banter, at
Yeah. You see it in
like,
sport, in football.
yeah,
There's a lot like that.
A typical alpha guy stuff where they insult each other in a humorous way, like when they play on weaknesses and point them out or something. But
Well, we wouldn't like that though as much.
no, of course we are very
No.
very irritated by stuff like this. But FE does it too, but in a sneaky way. I mean, FE. A lot of INTPs don't like FE, especially the ones who didn't like integrate it yet, because it's manipulative. But I mean, FE is more than manipulative. FE knows to play on social expectations and to insult without insulting.
That's the thing.
Like, yeah.
That's the thing. And also, it's with Megyn Kelly as well. Is like she's funny as well. So it's like if you argue with her, you're gonna look bad in front of the audience.
Yeah, and that, I think this is something that they are always aware of. What does the audience think? In a broader term, what is the context of our situation, social context, and what consequences will each action and each word have?
I'll tell you what happened recently. If folks want to be interested to see what sort of stuff Megyn Kelly's made of, I think last year, or the year before, she interviewed Bill Ayers. Now, Bill Ayers was a domestic terrorist in the United States. And he probably thought that he would have his easy time with Megyn Kelly. So Megyn Kelly is really pressing him on making bombs and blowing up police stations in the United States. This is like a serious interview. And then you can sort of see what Megyn Kelly is made of. So like I said, if you combine ESFJ with lawyer, that's a pretty powerful combination of skills there.
Mm. In the on the public stage, I think on the public stage they are owning it. But if it would be backroom politics,
that's different.
That would be very different.
Oh yeah.
Donald Trump and her would meet in a smaller scale situation.
Because then the ESTP, if there's nobody else around, they might use some forceful measures. But then again, one-on-one, ESFJs can have creative SE, and so they can. Then it depends on the individual. You don't, because it might be
very much depends on the individual. Because I think Donald Trump would lose in any situation. I don't think very highly of him. I mean, it's not because he's in ESTP. He is just a moron. I mean, come on.
He is what he is.
Yes, I mean,
it's not so much that he's also very lucky because he was. I mean, his father had a real estate business already, so he inherited. He was already set up. I mean, his father did most of the work. He already was.
We wouldn't hear anything about Donald Trump if it wasn't for his father.
But also, he did write some. And if you see him the way he is in his tactics, he is good at brinkmanship. But that's the only thing he's good at.
He's good at populism.
Oh yeah, he's such a demagogue. It's real demagoguery. And as Dennis Miller says, Donald Trump. No, not Dennis Miller. Greg Gutfeld. As Greg Gutfeld said, Donald Trump changes positions more often than an indecisive porn star.
Yeah, I mean, there's a site that tracks politicians' statements, whether they are true, whether they are false, whether they are absolutely false. And Donald Trump has like basically no true statements, no statements that are absolutely true, a lot of what they call pants on fire, something
Yeah,
absolutely wrong.
Thing is, though, that website does tend to lean left. I think it's PolitiFacts.
Yeah,
That website tends to lean left.
no,
So.
I don't think so. Jeff Bush has a quite good record on that.
Okay.
Like, basically, at least on par. He's about on the same level as Obama on that scale. And Obama has a lot of.
Right.
He even has some pants and fire stuff in there. So I don't think that they are very left leaning.
Well,
I rather think that right-wing politicians, American right-wing politicians, just tend to say outlandish stuff that simply is not true.
Such as?
I mean,
we're gonna have separate hangouts on this because I have one in my tri-type, so I'm politically interested in things. Right. So and we don't really start talking about natural rights and stuff. What I'm going to try and show you some graphics of. I'm just going to show you do it for the quadras, and we'll have a look at that beta quadra, and then we'll get back to the thingy. How much time? What's the limit on? Have we got at least another hour left, Wojtek?
Okay. We might do maybe a short break, and then we can discuss how we will proceed here, because we are kind of.
What do you need a break for? What do you need a break for?
We could recapitulate what our goal will be for this hangout, because
the goal is to go through. It's just I'm going to just show people quickly when we were talking about the beta how they see it in the other side. The Americans see the Berens and Montoya. It's just I'm calling up the graphics, miscellaneous hangouts, Model G interviews with profiles, slides common to all hangout, and I'm just going to look for the intentional styles. So I'm just pulling that up. Wait a minute, it's here, isn't it? Right. Where's it there? Oh, wait a minute, is that right? That's function charges. That's not right. Right, so I found it. So I'll be able to show that in a moment. Okay. And then see which one it is. Intentional styles. Gamma. Aha, here it is.
Okay, Ben, do that. I'll be gone for a minute. We'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, that's fair enough. I'll talk about this then. Right then, so this, folks, is. I'm just going to get it the right size, and I will show you. Right, so if you want to know a little bit more about this, see the SI Hangout. Halfway through, I asked Dario. Drive-through quality with the beta quadra. I think it's the customizing mindset. So if we have a look at this, we can sort of like see which bits sound NFJ and which bits sound STP. Right. What's vital? Determine direction. Direction. Okay, so we can say that's NI. Incisive language. Endless distillation. Reciprocal data. Implementation thinking. Incisive language. Data essential. Tailored processes. Information.
So yeah. I'm back.
Yeah, this is for their version of the betas.
Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll click on it, so folks. Then I'll. So what do you think of that?
I mean, it's very broad. Data essentials, derivative processes. What's vital? Okay, I mean what's vital. That's SE, the terminate direction. That's maybe TI SE.
Now the other quadras, I think, are a pretty good match. This one just seems weird.
Can you put up the alpha quadra?
Yeah, alpha's pretty good. I'll just. It's the purple one. It's the enhancing mindset. It's pretty good. It's more focused on NTPs though.
Yes, I see.
Berens isn't it INTP?
Yeah, that's anti-general.
You might have read the article where she said that what ESFJs and INTPs have in common.
No, I did not.
Oh, you've not? Yes, she wrote that article. It's on her website, so I suggest everyone go read that. It's called "What ESFJs and INTPs Have in Common."
Can you give me some points out of that, because I'm interested in that? I mean,
Okay.
ESFJs.
I might have taken some grabs from that article. I'll have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see what we have here. Okay, let's have a look at this one. That's it. I have the article. What do INTP and ESFJ have in common? There we go. It's a good article.
Can you scroll down? That's just a prelude. Can you scroll down a bit, because further down. Okay, further down, because this is just introductory stuff.
I see they're the same as the quadras. And then there's a... No, let's have a look. Yeah, that's pretty much it for that. And then I think there's a little bit of a table comparing them. Yeah. Here's the table. This is how they do the... So the intention of the alphas is discovering inconsistencies.
Yes.
So betas is discovering reciprocities. They value equality. Really. That's what we were talking about with the STPs. We've got to sort of like twist our minds. So I think in like equality of law, maybe black and white laws, maybe that sort of thing. What's vital? What's best?
Yeah, I mean, definitely that.
So we're researching. Actually, I can see that in our alphas, because like the SJ is like a bit of research as well.
But distilling information.
Oh, they've even got it how it's a shadow one. You know, got the shadow is like the opposite quadra.
Yeah.
Is the orchestrating, which is the NTJs and SFPs.
Customizing would be alpha shadow, and enhancing would be beta shadow.
It's slightly organized differently. So the orchestrating is the gammas.
Okay.
So, for instance, seeks what's effective.
Yeah.
And the authenticating is very delta. Values, ethics. Validating rightness.
Huh. But we are kind of losing our track here.
Well, you were talking about quadras, so I'll end that and I'll get back to you.
Let's throw in something from a completely another model.
Well, no, it's right though, because you were talking about quadras.
The piece will have fun with this hangout.
It's not. It's the same subject though. It's not. We're not talking about
to us.
Yeah, we're not talking about. But I mean, when we did go off track, was maybe talking about Megyn Kelly. But if we were talking about Babylon 5 or Rome, in fact, we won't talk about what we shouldn't be talking about because then we end up talking about it.
But maybe let's go back to the initial thing we wanted to do, which was this dichotomy test. I will do it like in real time. So
yeah,
we have talked enough about what Reinin dichotomies are and how they relate to quadrants. Yes. Although we only covered 2 of them because we got distracted. Whatever. Yeah. If someone is still with us here, he will make it to the end.
we have quite good viewer retention for these videos. So for the people watching this, thank you. And if you are watching us, and would you please write in your comment what type you are? That would be. It would be nice to know the types of the people who are watching the videos.
So, what's it here?
Because then that lets us know which type of videos to do in the future. Where we should lean.
So I will now do this test. You can you see the site here. We can maybe you can when you post this vid make a link on this test. So I will start with the higher tier dichotomies.
Okay.
Am I aristocratic or democratic? Do I see people as member of a group, hierarchy, or social network, rather than individuals, or see people as individuals? Definitely democratic. I basically couldn't care less what the social, educational, or whatever background this person has. I'm interested in the individual and what she has to offer.
It looks like you've not got a type, because all of them have gone grey. All of the sociotypes. What else have you pressed?
I haven't pressed anything.
Oh right. Oh sorry.
It's not determined yet.
Okay.
So I clicked on democratic.
Gotcha.
As you see, it's the probable types I could be now is like 8 out of 16 because I eliminated 8 of the types with B.
Yeah, they died.
So, subjective, objective, that's one of the dichotomies I have a problem with, but let's go through with it. Subjective would be considering someone else's opinion, place major importance on this person's reputation, relies on his or her own subjective worldview. I find the first sentence and the last sentence to be kind of contradictional. First, you place importance on the person's reputation, then you rely on his or her own subjective worldview. Objective would be considering someone else's opinion. That's the same as for subjective. Now the difference is compares it with the real facts. Believes in objective laws being true, independent of subjective opinions. Let's click on that. I know. Robespierre is dead. So, reasonable fast decisive. Reasonable would be doesn't rush when it comes to making a decision, takes time to think it over. Normally, he or she is relaxed. Find it hard to function on the spot without external motivation. Decisive would be normally he or she is mobilized. When the work is done, finds hard to relax without a ritual, like we did it, and so on. This is very G versus P-ish. and I can more identify with reasonable. Ta-da! I'm no type at all.
Yes. So if we unclick, like I said, if we unclick reasonable and unclick objective because they're not very good.
Yeah.
If we try to go for the 4 that you're absolutely rock solid about, but like I said, I think you said that you didn't want to do like the obvious Jungian foundation, but you want to do, if you want to pick some ones that you're really sure about.
Yeah. So I mean, and this is a problem with the Reinin dichotomies. I think you said you can get it right like half of the times, and through my choices here, I basically excluded all probable types. I guess I mean this is very restrictive when it would be done differently. That through when I go through all of them, it could give me a probability for each type, but that's not how this test works. So
what about process and result? Which one do you think you are in that one?
So process would be focused on a process, finds it hard to tune out or tune back in. It's typical for him or her to do the work from the beginning to the end without switching to something else. Result would be can multitask. It's typical for him or her to divide the work into smaller portions and monitor reaching the milestones. I'm conflicted because I can definitely agree with being able to multitask. But
I think what they mean by multitask is the ability to switch between different things rather than literally doing more than one thing at the same time.
Yeah, and I mean, with both definitions, I can pretty well identify with it. I mean, switching tasks is something that we, I think, demonstrated here often enough. So let's take.
Yeah, and of course, this, folks, is a massive dichotomy in Victor's system because the result types are all the left spinning types, the process types are all the right spinning types. So it's a massive dichotomy.
Let's take this one. Yielding.
You are still alive.
We have still 4 to go. By the way, I have selected 2 of them, and now the choice is down to 4 types.
Yeah.
Robespierre is INTP basically.
Yep.
Victor Hugo, was it ENF? Some NF type. What's
ESFJ?
ESFJ. Really? Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Which one is Jack London? ENTP?
ENTJ.
ENTJ. Okay. And Fyodor Dreiser
is ISFP in MBTI. FISE.
Wow, I could be an ISFP.
And as you can see, they're lined up in dual pairs, horizontally in dual pairs. So you've got Robespierre next to Hugo.
So yielding would be it is easy to change his or her mind, can give a head start to partners, consider counter offers and compromise. Obstinate would be it's hard to change his or her mind. Strong arguments are needed. Will use any measure and sources to achieve the goal. Is usually keen on compromising. Difficult to say. It depends on the situation and what's in it. So,
what if you don't think it then?
It's easy to change my mind if you have good arguments and good data to support your opinion.
What about static dynamic? We talked about it, but did you feel like clicking any of in the static dynamic?
I don't want to decide on one of them.
Okay.
Because, yeah. Let's take positive versus negative. That one I actually like. Positive would be sees what's present rather than what's absent. First of all, notice the positive. The weather is good. The sky is clear. It doesn't mean positive or negative in a mood kind of way, by the way.
Yeah,
So
I'll just let the audience know. I think it means you you emphasize the positive if you're a positivist, and you try to minimize the negative if you're a negativist.
yeah, but it's not negative and positive in a mood kind of way. Like negatives
Yeah,
would
that's right.
be choleric people who only see the negative side. But language they use, like I think another side gave the example of
Yeah, it doesn't mean pessimistic.
yeah, it doesn't mean pessimistic, basically. Yeah. So negative would be sees what is absent rather than present. Basically, noting out what's missing in the picture, what is not there, or what is incorrect, or what is falsious. And I would say I'm a negativist in this way. Ta-da!
Ooh.
We have broken it down to Robespierre and Fyodor Dreiser. Okay, so
And we know you're an intuiting type.
at least asking and declaring typically speaks in questions, prefers dialogues to monologues, tends to use short remarks because he or she is more interested in hearing the other person than self-expression. Declaring typically speaks in statements, prefers monologues, dialogues, tends to make detailed speeches because he or she is more interested in self-expression than hearing the other person. If we go by Diagonali's description of INTPs, we are the type who has the least ability to hear out people. Which I find strange, because I actually do listen to people. I mean, I jump ahead when I know what they are going to say, because I can deduce it, but I really do listen to people. So,
just on that question, how much jumping ahead do you do with me? How predictable am I?
it depends, because I mean we have similar interests, and a lot of the stuff we are discussing, we discuss in one form or the other already. So
you know where I'm going.
So often enough, I can predict it, and I guess you can predict what I'm saying anyway.
I tend to repeat myself so much.
Yeah,
the record, Ben.
But, for example, I can see that you do not keep tabs on what you said to me or other people, because you do a lot of these hangouts and talk to a lot of people. So
yeah, I don't know what I've said to which person. And it would take too much effort to write it all down. I mean, I have a loose file of hangouts. Here it is, folks. Red file, but I mean, I don't write down what I've said to which person.
But I think we can boil it down to a motivation question, like am I more interested in self-expression, or am I more interested in hearing what in other people's self-expression? This is a difficult question, because I am interested in other people's thoughts and the information they can provide. And it entirely depends on the quality of the self-expression. I love some, I mean, even artisans, when they're doing something good, then okay, I'm interested.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also depends on the knowledge level of the INTP. The more knowledge they have, the older they are going to get a bit more declarative, because they just have more to say on a subject, and they can be like enthusiastic. Like, hey, I want to tell you about this. I want to tell you about this. I feel you might understand. So, and we're both just turned 30. So we have say.
I mean, it would be an interesting question if INTPs are really interested in hearing people out, or they just do it out of learned politeness.
It really depends on the person.
It totally depends on the person. I mean, and the topic. I mean,
yeah.
So I kind of think that INTPs can be very fluid between asking and declaring.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So let's leave that one out. Tactical versus strategic, that's a more interesting one. Tactical tends to make local decisions based on the current state of things. Cares more about the path, which is the order of steps and actions. Finds it easier to change the goal than the chosen tactics. Strategic would be tends to make global decisions based on the prominent future, cares more about the goal and the desired state of things. Finds it easier to change the goal, finds it easier to set a goal than to decide on the next step.
I just want to say something, is that this is a very important dichotomy in terms of comparing it to Kersey, because he has something similar, and any kind of differences between the two systems, it's going to be like, well, how can that really be? You know what I mean? Because we see SPs as tactical,
yes,
and we see NTs as strategic, and so, but of course, although we do know that NTJs and NTPs are strategic in different ways.
Exactly. I would even say maybe INTJs are more strategic. I mean, they are the masterminds than we are.
I would just like to say something going back to the previous Hangout, folks, when we were talking about compliance versus adaptive, and Nicole and Wojtek were saying that the NTPs are more adaptive, and NTJs are more by the book.
Utilitarian, yeah, they are more utilitarian than the NTPs.
But I was going to say, what I didn't mention in the Hangout, and I thought about afterwards, was that in terms of interacting with people, though, I would say NTPs are a bit more compliant in their social ability, whereas NTJs are more sharp around the edges, especially INTJs. So they're not really compliant with social things.
Yeah, but I mean, the original Kelsen dichotomies of cooperative against utilitarian is about tool usage, and tool can mean anything from actually a tool, and I used the example of my vase and of a glass vase hammering in a nail.
But NTJs see people as tools.
Maybe they are tools. Yes, but how do they use these tools? Even if they are looking at people as tools, do they use them in a utilitarian way, or do they use them in a cooperative way? Meaning there are certain things you can do with certain kinds of people. Like, this kind of people is useful for this, or this kind of person will give me access to that. That would be more. I think
it's what I'm sort of doing there is I'm also looking at the interaction style, and I should have mentioned that in the interaction styles, the NTJs are directive.
Yes.
Rather than informing, and so yes, that's right. That doesn't particularly have much to do with that dichotomy. But just in terms of general things, I would say that NTJs are. So it could the non-compliance of the NTJs does sort of come through in a different area. So I will yield on that point. So what are you doing now? You checking out certain dichotomies to see what you should pick? What's going on?
I'm searching for this one. Okay, so tactical versus strategic. I mean, it's difficult even from a Kelsen point of view for me, because, for example, I like tactical games more than strategic games. I never was much into chess, which would be very strategic. But I liked real-time strategy games. I played it a lot. I got pretty good at it with a friend, and this spoke to me more because there are more possibilities that you can choose from than I find chess to be more static, while you have to make decisions in a real time. I mean, you have to have the strategy, but a lot of things are decided on the go. And this speaks kind of more to me. I mean, my approach to to real-time strategy games was maybe more strategic, because I was like actually analyzing each unit of the game's strengths and weaknesses. I made charts about in what situation would this unit win over this unit when depending on how much you have of them, and so on and so on. And I was like planning my building order. That's and I was optimizing that. That's the building order is like you build this building first, then that, and if you optimize that, you get out combating units far more faster than your opponent. And I was really spending a lot of time in optimizing that for planning. So let's just go strategic on this one. Yeah, Robespierre. So.
Well, let's see how you go with the other ones, though. Let's see.
Yeah, then I would be a guardian.
See, okay, let's try it like this. See how many you can click and still be able to stay as Robespierre.
Okay. Let's just
and say if you click one and Robespierre dies, then unclick it and then go to the next one.
Okay, so I have to be subjective to be Robespierre.
Yeah.
Reasonable. Far-sighted. Obstinate. Rational, I guess. Constructive. No, emotive. My God.
Yeah, but this is what you are, not the actual proper answers. I want to know what your real answers are.
Okay.
Because you can always do it the other way. Because if you want to know what the answers are, you just click on the type and it shows you the reverse way. Yeah, if you click on, say, Maxim Gorky, it shows you all the answers for Maxim Gorky.
Strategic and okay, so that's the one that I choose. Yeah. And let's go, because this was kind of interesting, emotive versus constructive. Constructive would be first perceives the meaning, then the emotional implication. It's not typical of him or her to adjust to the other person's mood. First perceives the emotional implications, then the meaning. It's typical of him or her to adjust to the other person's mood. Yeah, okay, I actually do have emotive traits. Like, I'm quite empathetic. I'm can get a hang of people's moods. Actually, I was considering the idea that I might be an INFJ for a while, because I seemed to be too empathetic for an INTP. But I mean, through Model G, I now see the what INTPs and INFJs have in common. Because from MBTI, there's like not much commonality, but it's the NEFE, which they have as their
Self-affirmation block.
Self-affirmation mode, and yeah, we have it to a lesser degree. So emotive, still Robespierre. Who knew? The cold and logical INTPs. But I mean that's ridiculous. I mean, true INTPs are not cold and logical. I mean, usually they are very emotional. I mean, we maybe don't show our emotions and we don't put an emphasis on our emotions. But in comparison with INTJs, we have this, let's say, warmth to us that INTJs sometimes miss. At least outwardly.
So there's another way of doing this in reverse. If you click on a type, it will show you all of the selections for that type.
Okay. So, okay.
So if you click on, say, if you click on Balzac, then you'll see all Balzac's selections.
I have to deselect all the.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't. You don't. You just have to click on the name.
No, it doesn't work.
Oh right. Sorry. Yes.
So let's click on Balzac. Okay, the first tier things are pretty clear. So a negativist, declaring, tactical, constructive, irrational, process-orientated, obstinate, far-sighted, decisive, objective, and democratic. Balzac was ENFJ or hello? Ben?
Yeah.
Balzac, was it ENFJ?
Oh, Balzac is INTJ.
INTJ. Okay, interesting. So let's see the difference between Robespierre, the INTP, and the INTJ. And let's do this in blocks. So we have here dynamics, positive, asking, declaring, and the difference is between static and asking. INTPs are static asking negativists, while the INTJ is a dynamic declaring negativist.
Yeah. So like I said, if people spend time on this website, then I think that's a good way to learn the Reinin dichotomies, and also to find the strengths and weaknesses of them.
So INTPs are strategic emotors, and INTJs are the exact opposite of that. Tactical.
Now that one, I mean, come on, look at that, tactical. I mean, we know the INTJ is the most strategic, long-term thinking type.
Yes, I mean, when you mix up definitions from different systems, it might get confusing. Because, I mean, I think Cursor uses strategic and tactical more in the general sense of the terms, while this Reinin dichotomy definition seems to be a bit different from that. I mean, okay, global and local are the general understanding of that tactical and strategic, but tactical is care more about the path and the order of steps and actions. Order.
Yeah. I also think it depends on the subtype of the INTJ. I mean, I can see there, if you've got an INTJ with strong TE, they probably are going to be more flexible and change. their goals because TE is about the bottom line. Whereas if you have an INTJ that's more in their dominant function, they might stay with that end goal thing.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Because that's what NI is like. It like sticks with that vision. So it might depend on the actual development of the how mature function-wise the INTJ is.
Yeah, but still, finds easier to change the goal rather than the tactics.
That's what I mean.
It's really not.
NI is really about having one goal and going. So it's like a little bit of a contradiction there, because like TE will change the goal because TE is about the bottom line. Does it work? Does it not work? Is it effective? Whereas NI is like that's the goal. That's the thing that I want. That's the quest. So it might depend on the subtype of the INTJ involved.
I mean,
what do you think?
The part about order of steps, actions, is like 101 what we talk about in the Kirsey Hangouts.
Yep.
The language itself.
Yep.
Goal and tactics. Find it easier to change the goal. That is, of course, difficult, as you stated it. So INTJs would be sticklers to tactics. No, I absolutely can. I can't turn it around in some way that this would fit. No. Like on the contrary, like they might change tactics to reach the goal. And I think they are even very good at this. Like we talk about in the Kirsey Hangouts, contingency planning, changing the tactic, but having the goal in on your mind, like winning the war or invading Europe. So they would rather change tactics.
I mean, this assumes
this definition is somewhat differently, like then to decide on the next step. And with this, I kind of can agree.
Yeah.
We might have troubles with deciding on the next step, like really, or on the steps that it takes to accomplish a task, rather than the INTJs. I think there's either some translational issue with this, or I don't know.
Also, it assumes that all of the functions work in the same way, no matter what type they're in. So it assumes that tactical and strategic is the same for every type, that it's used in the same way.
Let's see.
So
I will deselect all of them, and tactical would be. Can you say the MBTI types, because I really don't know the.
Okay, Don Quixote is ENTP. Victor Hugo is ESFJ. Maxim Gorky is ISTP. Sergei Yesenin is INFJ. Honor de Balzac is INTJ. Theodore Dreiser is ISFP. Sherlock Holmes, I think, yes, is ESTJ because it's paired with Theodore Dostoevsky, who is INFP. Aldous Huxley is ENFP. And Jean Gabin is ISTJ.
Huh.
See, they're also linked. They're also in quadras. The groups of 4. So you can see those bottom ones are ENFP. The bottom 4 are ESTJ, INFP, ENFP, and ISTJ. And horizontally, they're in dual pairs.
Oh, okay. Huh. So tacticians would be from our quadra.
ENTP and ESFJ.
And ESFJ.
Yeah.
Huh. I cannot really make sense out of that.
And they just happen to be positivists as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, tactical
All the ones, the
positivists
one,
are interesting combinations. Constructive tactical positivists. What would be like
I tell you, an INTP.
asking
How long could an INTP spend on this page?
uh, endlessly? I feel the need to really analyze this and like play around.
Write a book on it.
Yeah. So many things to do, so little time.
That's the problem. Time is just so short for an INTP because they have so much.
I think time is a problem for us because we do not perceive time when we are dealing with problems.
No. Because people would say to INTPs, "What do you do? What do you INTPs do? I mean, how can you not have time for anything?" That's because, and we can say to them, because we have. Not only are we distracted half the time, but when we do have plans, we have too many plans. Like you were talking about all the projects that you have.
Yeah. Then half an hour ago, I decided to make a diagram for this hangout, and then I had another idea I could do for this hangout to prepare it, but then it was like 5 minutes before.
It's like we have the worst of both worlds. Our TI lead means we have a load of plans, and then our NE means that we get a load of distractions from those plans.
Yeah. And little SE or to go through with one, or TA to be effective at doing one.
Maybe it's a thing that maybe we could say about the Alpha Quadra. Not enough time. ESFJ, because Leon Sell said something great about the ESFJ. He said they have the energy of 3 people. And then my corollary of that, not really a corollary, but my follow-up line to that would be, they have the energy of 3 people, but they don't have the time of 3 people.
Yeah, NE distraction. That is.
Yeah. For that, I don't know what time management's like for ISFJ, but ESFJ doesn't have enough time in the day. I don't know about ENTP, but INTP.
I mean, ENTP are even worse than we are, like with spreading their selves thin. When we have 100 projects that we are working on, they have 1,000. And they are often really like skilled at different things. Like they, maybe not skilled, but they did them. I mean, the highly intelligent ones are also skilled at them.
Yeah, but they also are better at getting stuff done though because of that creative TA.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's something that I was surprised about. Like ENTPs actually are better at getting stuff done, although they are NE dominant. But
yeah, although as Dario would, sorry to, it's just that creative function. Dario thinks that only happens in well-developed examples of that type, where you have a strong creative function, what he calls a sixth function. So, for instance, an INTP with strong NI is an INTP that has a good direction in their life, rather than being too much a victim of their NE.
A clear vision of what they want to concentrate on.
Or an ENTP with good TE is an ENTP that's able to focus their ideas and actually start a business or build something or invent something with that strong creative function. Or like I said, if you imagine an ESFJ with strong willpower, then they're a thing to behold. That creative function.
I'm just creating a pussy type and see what comes out.
Okay.
Like and asking.
We got INFJ at the moment.
Yeah, and asking emotive, irrational, and yielding.
Yeah, doesn't that go well with the ESTP? The victim.
Yeah. That's funny.
It goes well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You get some interesting answers if you click on Dostoevsky. Yeah, there is something you can click right at the top that deselects everything.
Yeah, I think if I click, but if I do a custom selection, I think I cannot
No, if you
select
go
it.
right to the top of the page, there's a little link that deselects it all. There, unselect.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So.
Dostoevsky, then you get some interesting answers.
Well, I just said. Okay. Static, positive, declaring, strategic, constructive, rational, process-orientated, yielding, and far-sighted. Reasonable and objective aristocrat.
That's the thing that one there about aristocratic
Mm.
sees people as a member of the group. Well, I would say that in politically, but you see, to me, that's an overlap with left-wing politics where they like to put people in groups. And Greg Gutfeld talks about it's a culture of identity over achievement. Identity rather than achievement. And whereas the people on the right are more apt to talk about the individual. So
Not the SJ kind of right. I mean, they are even more prone to put people into groups like those pesky liberals.
yeah, or those pesky libertarians. Those
I mean,
that's what I mean. I mean,
by the way, Ben, when you speak about left versus right, and you would identify with right, I mean, you are like a libertarian. I mean, that's not the traditional right. The traditional right is more on the political compass. It's more in the authoritarian economic right quadrant, and libertarians are in the liberal, socially liberal, economical right quadrant. So there's quite a big difference, but why there is this? My theory why there is this left versus right spectrum in general is because most people are occupying only two quadrants of the political compass. Like most people are the classical left, the Democrats in the USA are in the lower left quadrant, socially liberal and economically left, while the Republicans are mostly in the right upper quadrant, which is authoritarian, socially authoritarian, and economically
but
right.
I think the left wingers are also socially authoritarian.
Only the communists. Like that's the.
No. What about even? I think so-called liberals are socially authoritarian. You can't say this. You can't say that. Free speech zones on university. All these kind of things. They're very authoritarian to people who do not think like them.
No, it's not about. I don't think that libertarians do want to make up rules for other people. It's more the thought of protecting people against social predators, like or against authoritarian or.
Okay. We were talking before, like in chat, about a certain person.
Yes.
Whose word name starts with Kurt and then a surname ends in N. That person reminds me of the. Anyway, we don't want to get too much talking about politics. I don't want to. We can have special videos dedicated to economics, and then I will entitle it "I flipping told you so." Feel the TI of Austrian school economics. We told you the US dollar was going to collapse. Listen to this world-beating TI.
I will do an extensive post, hopefully in your future, about this theories I have about types and political leanings. Like basically, TI is libertarian, FI is left liberal,
Yeah.
and TA is right authoritarian, FE is left authoritarian. And left authoritarian would be your typical communism, your social, not social worker, but like the kind of negative image you explained earlier about left-wing people who are trying to tell you how you have to behave and what you have to do and making up all those rules. And there,
Yeah, I mean, when it gets down to it, when you actually look at the policies of left-wingers, it's only in they do so, especially economically, there is so much control. It's only in certain little areas, like certain interest groups. It's really interesting. It's like they want to control the things that they don't. The AA haven't got any interest in, but yet their own things they don't want to control. So it's very, very corrupt.
I would say that is a simplistic and generalizing view of liberals, but
No, it's not. It's a nuanced view because it's saying that what I'm saying there is that within the so-called socially liberal, there's areas where they are socially liberal, and then there's other areas where they're very socially controlling.
But this perception of them being socially controlling is rather a reactive consequence of being afraid of authority.
Right.
So they are trying to protect people against authority, protect individuals especially against.
Here's an example: is they don't want school choice, they don't want school vouchers. There's loads of examples where they're socially controlled. But anyway, this is not the hangout for that. We will have dedicated political hangouts.
Oh my, we get distracted again.
You have to. It comes to something when I have to tell somebody else to be less NE than me.
Yeah, that was basically it. As people
right, so I would now like your summit for the next 5 to 10 minutes. I would like your overall opinion on the validity of the Reinin traits.
Well, I mean, as you saw when I did it for the first time, I eliminated basically all types for myself. I think that Reinin dichotomies are good dichotomies for personality theory in itself, but maybe the mapping towards each type is not correct. Like some, or at least some of the dichotomies are good dichotomies. We talked about the lesser, the ones that are not as don't make much sense, at least to us, are maybe less useful. For my own personal opinion, aristocratic versus democratic is a good one. Reasonable first, decisive, carefree, far-sighted, constructive, emotive, also. Tactical, strategic, yes. Positive and negativist, yes. The other ones, meh. I mean, the four basic Jungian dichotomies are of course useful because I mean you have them in other 5 theories as well, but they are not discussion worthy because that's not something that differentiates Reinin dichotomies from what we are used to. So basically, I mean, I explained this whole how these dichotomies are deduced with a mathematical combinatory rule of combination, and this is like it is a bit arbitrary. Like, because the rule says you combine all that is dead, or not dead and not dead, you get this arbitrary combination of types, which you then retrospectively have to explain. What does it mean? What do all EGs and EPs have in common, contrarian to IPs and EJs? And for some combinations, it's obvious, more obvious than for others.
Just click on Hamlet again, and then they'll show the people the examples of the Hamlets. And then click down, scroll down the page a bit. On the right side, where it says there Hamlet mentor, right at the bottom, it says Friedrich Nietzsche, Ivan the Terrible, Joseph Goebbels, Emperor Palpatine from Star Wars.
Emperor.
Is there anyone below Emperor Palpatine on that? If you try and scroll down a little bit, is there any way to?
Strange. I can scroll it down further. Maybe if I minimize the window. No.
Yeah, I think you have to move the bar at the bottom across.
No, it doesn't change.
Right.
Like.
Oh yeah, I think there's a little bug on the way the page is. Well, you know about these things. The way the page is. Here we go. Look at his skills, folks. Look at his skills.
So. Here. Hello. Yeah, whatever. It's probably just because I have a scroll bar here. Okay, let's delete it. Yeah. You can talk for a while because.
Okay, yeah. So Wojtek is a computer programmer, and he wants to know what is being said. Something below Emperor Palpatine, I saw. Right. Okay, I'll say which ones I picked. Well, in order to pick like the four most, the ones that fitted me most, I think I picked the four that I was really certain of. I picked intuiting, and then I think I picked results oriented, and then. Right, now I pick reasonable as well.
I can do this like on the fly. So let's take your typing. So let's maybe start out at the bottom because this would be more interesting. Aristocratic or democratic?
Actually, it's democratic. Even though I do like part of me wants to see people as aristocratic, I then start feeling guilty and think, oh, I've got to think about them as the individuals.
Yeah, but I mean, I think sometimes TI makes us more aristocratic in the way that we.
Yes, that's it. Yeah,
we see correlations between when a person belongs to a certain group. We know there's a high correlation that this person will be like that and that.
But then I start thinking that person is, we won't say what sort of group we're talking about here, but I think, well, that's not their fault. They're a victim.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the explanation for that is, or the justification for that. But I use this just as a rule of thumb to I don't apply it very strictly. Like
Yes, the thing.
I like for example, I have the same level of politeness and friendliness towards like some guy who works as an electrician and a university professor. Like,
I'd have more respect for the electrician. Honestly, because it really does depend on what subject that the university teacher is teaching.
no, I mean from how I deal with people. If my behavior changes with this, if this person belongs to this group or this group.
Oh, for me, I would see someone like an electrician as skilled labour. I admire skilled labour.
Yes, but would you talk about?
Individuals. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It wouldn't be the group. It would be.
Yeah, because I mean, people can be very surprising. I seldomly ask like I never ask people what they do job wise, like because I'm really not interested in this. Like sometimes I ask it out of more out of expectations because people are used to ask this kind of things, but then I'm basically turning off and let the person say whatever they want because it's really if it is something interesting, like for example, let's say Dario Nardi. I mean, he does something very interesting job-wise, so I would definitely be interested what he has to say about his job or what he does in general. But I don't think that I would be. I wouldn't treat people differently based on that.
Oh yeah, I mean like. So if you want to ask a question to someone, a pick-up question, it would be something like, when you're not working, what do you like to do? Because then the person's not going to be talking about anything they don't like.
Yeah.
Because they might have had like a terrible day. They might have like a shitty job that they don't want to talk about. So it's like.
Yeah, for example, or. But it's not even that that I'm considering their feelings about that. It really that doesn't interest me because when I'm speaking to someone, I'm interested in their ideas, in their thought processes, and what they do or who they are outside of that is kind of irrelevant. Yeah.
Right. This one's a tricky for me. Subjective, objective. That's hard for me to choose. That's not. But if I would pick, I mean, like a reasonable is like a 100%er. I don't have enough energy. I wouldn't even name these things. I would just like put A, B. I would just put because just the names of them can be biasing. Bias it, especially aristocratic, democratic. That's so. There's so much bias with those, so much baggage with each of those names.
But in the case of this dichotomies, the bias is actually helpful because you can keep in mind the general meaning of aristocratic and democratic with some minor tweaks on what they mean in Socionics. But it's not counterintuitive what they actually mean. Subjective and objective has an bias that is, or the general meaning of subjective and objective is not really what they are describing like here. That's not subjective and objective, I would say. Like considering place major importance on this person's reputation. What is subjective about that? That would sound more like being in a certain sense objective, then okay, relies on his or her own subjective worldview. I mean,
you see the problem is there that is when it says relies on this, that is a judgment against TI users. That is, we might say, no, our TI, we're using super duper TI. It's not just subjective; it's objective. It's a priori.
Yeah, it's subjectiveness undisturbed by unattached to so-called objective opinions that can be false. Like we INTPs are probably the one pupil that disagrees with the teacher, even if all the class agrees.
Oh yeah.
So
been there, done that.
I don't get this part especially. I mean, what does a person's reputation have to do with subjective and objective? I mean,
I think
we could identify as TI users. We can identify with the part I have highlighted here. Like, well, that's a TI versus TE.
Could you deselect it and then select all and then see which types come up with the objective, and we can see if it's a function.
Okay, that's basically now the delta quadra.
If you deselect democratic, you should have.
Okay.
Right, 8 type. Right, so
we can
they
look it
all
up.
value TE. They all value TE. If you go back to the, those all value TE.
We can just look it up.
Okay.
Here. Objective, subjective. I think it is defined. It has the Reynin dichotomies have sometimes, I think, different labels on them.
But you see, do you see what I mean? Is like, this is what we're saying. Because those types favor TE, but they then, even though it's mathematically consistent, they then have to interpret what that then means, and that's where the error can come in.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is you have to in retrospect you have to rationalize why this should be a dichotomy.
Yes.
Like you came up with this dichotomy through some rules of combination, and then you have to say, oh, okay, what? How could we frame this? How could we come up with stuff to explain why this is an actual dichotomy? And I think this is where a lot of problems that we have with them are coming from, because basically they are somewhat made up. It's not like, I mean, sometimes socionics people are speaking about Reynin dichotomies being mathematically derived, and this sounds very elaborate and sciencey, but they are not mathematically derived. I mean, the descriptions of them are not like derived. No one took this by combining by using some mathematical formula to come up with these descriptions. It was just.
We can say that they're mathematically internally consistent, but then so is Keynesianism. Keynesian is mathematically inconsistent, but it's wrong because it's based on false premises.
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, so subjective versus objective. I wanted to look up what types and I think it's missing here on Wikisocial.
You know, when did those types? All of those types were TE valuing types.
Okay.
So they were all the gamma and delta quadra. When you went back onto that paper.
Yeah, right. I was searching for it before the hangout, and I think it is missing for some reason. This dichotomy is missing.
Yeah, you see that Napoleon. You see, because they're gamma. Napoleon, Jack, Theodore, and Arnaud are gamma, and Sherlock, Aldous, Theodore, and Jean are delta. So they're all TE values. So it looks like there it looks like what they're saying is that all TI types are subjective and all TE types are objective. Well, isn't that rather a blanket statement?
Huh. I mean, you could apply...
Especially INFP. INFP is possibly the most subjective type.
Right. I mean, when you go by the Jungian description of subjective functions, I mean, TI and FI is both subjective. When it's subjective logic, the order is subjective feeling.
Exactly.
So,
but because they've got TE, suddenly, and then also the dichotomy assumes there that is the same for every type.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, okay, ETP, like, so that would be ETP and there's no link to this. That's weird. It would be ETPs and IFJs would be subjectives.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because TP is TI.
Yeah.
TPs have TI. Right, but not just the E's though. INTP is also subjective, so it's just TPs.
Weird stuff.
But it's also... Oh no, does it mean... I think I know what it means. It's like... Because it's... yeah, anyway, basically it's gammas and deltas.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. This is like we can get with Merry Serious. All the time, alphas and betas are merry. Gammas and deltas are serious. Now, folks, that includes ESFP and ENFP.
Yeah. And this is what
so people should watch the Hangouts with Jeff just to see how serious he is. Now, what it is, though, is if you're talking about that seriousness thing only really comes in when it's like they're like strongest values, but what percentage of time is somebody talking about their most clearest, strongest values? I mean, like INFPs probably talk about it a lot, but like ESFPs, they're not really going to talk about the values that they hold closest to very often. So they're not going to be serious very often.
Where is the serious versus merry dichotomy here, by the way? Do I miss it?
That's right. I mean, what did somebody make it up? Did they decide it was no good?
I don't know. I'm confused by
maybe
the
it
way...
got renamed. Maybe it got renamed. Maybe it's something else.
I mean, there should be, for example, irrational here. Because, like...
maybe if you look it up on that site, it will say maybe it's got another name for it. Maybe serious. There it is. It's there. It does exist. There. Maybe serious.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, it's...
And there you go. Look, subjectivist, objectivist. It says there. That's what it was. You know, because you said you couldn't find it.
Okay. Yeah. So subjectivist and objectivist is actually merry and serious. Interesting. So all merry types are basically, as you said, our two NTPs. Then they value the SFJs who value TI.
T and FI, yeah.
And yeah, okay, yeah. So there's historical TIs and yeah. So TI valuing basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, I don't think much of this dichotomy. I mean, that's the other thing, you know, it listens to authority figures.
Where...
I mean, wait a minute. So that would mean ESTP is listen to authority figures. Mind you, someone's reputation. I mean, it's like, again, it's taken too much. It's extrapolating too much from the fact yesterday value TI.
Yes, and I mean, valued functions are not. I mean, when they are in the subconscious blocks, then they will never be as pronounced as in the ego block.
That's a feature within a model.
Yes, and then there is actual observation, empirical observation.
So this is one kind of deduction, where deduction from these hypotheses. Now, when it's praxeology, like which is the foundation, folks, of the Austrian method, the only premise in Austrian school economics is that human beings act with purpose. So every action a human being makes is motivated. It might be a stupid motivation. It might be, why did you break that window, Johnny? Because I felt like it, but it's still a motivation.
Yes, but I guess a lot of this theory too is interpretive. You interpret what this system you are constructing means in reality.
So
and this interpretation may be prone to error.
Yeah, but like with the Austrian method, though, what it means is that because you assume that people make the best decision from their point of view, then you can start to calculate how people will react in certain situations, and it works.
But you cannot. I don't.
In a very narrow range of economic situations, it's a very narrow field. It's very. Praxeology doesn't make any wild claims to, we can predict what people. It's only in very narrow economic situations where they're very good at predicting.
I see. Also, probably you narrow it further down because you only count the people who have an impact on the economy.
No, everyone has an impact. No, but what I'm saying is, it's not just the economy. It's just like it's just basically saying that. I think he said the only person who doesn't have purposeful action would be someone who's actually achieved nirvana. Because he actually mentions that in Human Action.
Yeah, but I mean, having a motivation is very broad, a very broad.
That's what I mean. He talks about that. He talks about that in this book. In this book, he talks about. He says that praxeology does not pass judgment on what someone's motivation is, whether it's effective or not. It's just that a man, a human being, is different from an animal in that a human being has purposeful action. And to those people who like Enneagram, then they can see, yeah, that makes sense. Lots of people's... Another way to look at it is, you have to assume that human beings have purposeful behavior. Because we assume all of our behavior is purposeful. Because there's no point otherwise in living unless you assume that human beings have purposeful behavior, that they're in control of their own destiny. Even if the purpose can be just like an Enneagram 7, just to have them what they feel like in the moment, it's still a motivation. Why did you get up and pull your trousers down? I felt like it. It's still a motivated behavior. It's still motivated. And we can say that because we have the tools to categorize people. Other people might say, that's crazy, that's not rational, but we can say, no, we have names for this kind of thing. It's called ESFP and Enneagram 7. We have names. It's called ESTP. We have names to categorize this weird kind of behavior that other people might say, that's not got any purpose to it. Yes, it is. It follows a pattern. It's motivated.
Yes, but that's a very broad definition. Like, you can say all humans have 2 legs. And this definition is so broad and
that's less accurate. That's
yeah. No, don't go with it. I know what you want to say. Let's not go into it.
I know.
But I mean, this statement is so obvious and all-encompassing that it loses meaning.
I know. That's the whole point. That's what he said. And Robert P. Murphy, when he talked about this, said, "Why is he bothering to defend the obvious? We know this." And he's saying that's because he's trying to prove it from a philosophical point of view, and he's mentioning all these other philosophers, where there's lots of people who have like social theories where they believe people are robots. No, we were talking about Karl Marx. Karl Marx assumed that everyone was dialectical materialism, that everyone was like socially constructed, that all of their thoughts were constructed by their economic environment. No, human beings have purposeful behavior.
But
they can be stupid.
Yeah, but when you do this, you redefine what purposeful behavior means. When you say, okay, everyone has a purposeful motivation behind them, even if it's stupid.
Yeah.
But then you redefined what purposeful motivation means, and you redefined it to fit everything. Like even if someone is acting out like an SP pass from whatever reason, he has motivation. But I think it's okay. The contrarian position to this would be, as you said, Karl Marx. Humans are mostly determined by their environment, and all schools of philosophy that basically make the same statement. Individuals are constructs of their environment, products of their environment. You can then, in retrospect, say they might have motivations, but you can follow a line of logic where you say these motivations are determined by their environment. You can very easily do that. Do you see what I mean?
I got this. Right, so what's talking about here is like even somebody who decides to be idle is still making a choice. And then I made all these notes about because we know about temperament, and temperament really is essential motivator patterns. Like NTs are motivated. I mean, so for instance, INTPs. Most INTPs are Enneagram 5s. They want, and you looked at that. It's knowledge and it's capability in a certain area, and so we can see that there are patterns of motivation, and so. And just by learning about typology, it would be fair to say to you, Wojtek, do you think most people have some sort of motivation? And also, if you built a robot, if you built an android with no motivation, what would it do?
If I
except as it's told.
No. If I design him just as a human being, and I determine what he will be, on which basis his action will be determined, then he has motivation. Has motivation.
If you give him an Enneagram 2, I'd make him an Enneagram 2.
Actually, let me see. I did an Enneagram test recently, and it's.
You should be a 5. You should be a 5.
I have like 5. 3 and what was the other one?
Oh, was it a tri-type?
You can interpret it, because I have basically no idea about Enneagrams.
Okay.
Maybe you can interpret that for me. I just searched up.
And also, anyway, I would say it's just that praxeology is enabled. The reason I'm interested in it is that it is the method by which Austrian school economics gets all these predictions right, and I'm thinking, wow. And Peter Schiff's logic is so good. Wow, why is this so good? And it's like, now I'm finding out, and it's like, wow, this must be some real super duper TI that enables these people to be so right. And the reason I'm seeing the connections between that and Enneagram. and that it seems to be independent of enneatype and sociotype. And it's only in certain, you just assume that people act with purpose, that people act with a motivation. And those motivations can be silly. Oh, here we go. Right. From our point of view. Oh.
Okay.
Right.
So 5, 1, and 3. What I mean, 5 and 1 are very close, but I would definitely say I'm rather a 5 than a 1.
I admire the fact that you've got a high 1 score. That means you're a good.
I was kind of surprised about that because the type 1s. What's their nickname?
The reformer, either the reformer or the perfectionist.
Okay. So
you have some high ideals.
Yeah, basically, yeah. What was 3 again?
3 is the they call it the promoter. It's a type that works quite hard. That they want success.
I mean, that's the problem with Enneagram I have, because I find it to be it is not like a typology where I would describe my inherent traits that do not change over time, but that all the stuff is very dynamic. Like I think my 3 and 1 is a quite recent thing.
But I would also say that the actual purpose of Enneagram is not for somebody to say, "Oh, I'm this type." No. The actual purpose of Enneagram is to map somebody's behavioral tendencies, and so they can then look at themselves and see what their patterns of behavior are in certain mental states. So it becomes a way to diagnose your own mental health, assess your mental health, look at the habits that you do when you go into certain mental states. So it gives you a way to liberate yourself. So it's almost a way of saying, this is your mental map, now become liberated from it. So it's a model to make you liberated from your model. So you become aware of your own enneagrammatic tendencies and then try to become free of them.
Is there a specific meaning to having like the 2 highest types diagonally across each other? Does that mean something?
How do you mean by diagonally across?
1 and 5, it's like on the opposite.
Right, okay. So if we're doing tri-type, then the instinct types are, not the instinct types, the instinct types. 8, 9, and 1. So 1 is your highest in your tri-type. 5 is your head type. So that's the highest is out of 5, 6, and 7 is right. Okay. Your heart type is 3. So your tri-type. Your actual tri-type is 1, 1, 5, 3. Right. So your instinct is 1. Yeah, 1, 5, 3 is your tri-type. Right. So what you can do? Oh, you posted that in INFJ. So Crystal can interpret this.
There's a guy who seems to be knowledgeable about it. He answered sometimes, heart type, head type, and gut type.
Yeah, gut, yeah.
I'm still having difficulties to interpret what this actually means, because it's like, yeah, okay. But what does it mean? Like the heart type. This is like what the emotional.
Yeah, usually they're associated with fin, but I think it's good that you have a strong, that as an Enneagram 5, pretty much, that you have a strong 1 and a 3. because that means that you're good at implementing your intellect into something productive. Because 1 is about perfectionism and 3 is about success and hard work.
But like this, this is like a recent picture of my leanings. Like 3 years ago, it would look kind of different. I still would be a 5. I think my 1 and 3 would be smaller. Maybe I would have a 4 tendency, like 5-4.
The main use of it is that when you read like a good book, like when you read like a good Enneagram book, you can see the levels of mental health. And
yeah, exactly. How is mental health assessed? Because a very long time ago, I did another Enneagram test, and it said something about sexual, social, and I thought.
Sexual just means they really should call it, and the fathers call it 1-to-1. It's basically, yes, it is sexual, but they also they like intimate 1-to-1 contact, and not just necessarily for sex, but also in terms of love. Whereas a social instinct might be love more people, be more, say, polyamorous, whereas the sexual subtype, it's not even a subtype, sexual instinct, it's almost a mini typology in itself, where there's 3 types of people: sexuals, socials, and self-pres. Where the sexuals, they have that strong connection. So, for instance, if you have a sexual with a social, the sexual can, from the social's point of view, will be quite clingy and possessive because they want that intensity of contact, whereas the social will want to see other people as well. So sexuals are best going with another sexual, where they're both like, then become like soulmates, and they're both deeply in love.
Yeah,
or lust.
I would type myself as sexual type then. I don't have a lot of polyamorous traits.
And self-pres is very SJ-ish.
What is very SJ-ish?
Self-preservation types are very SJ.
Okay. So their focus would be, I guess, on pleasure, or
what?
no, not
SJ?
pleasure. No. For the gut types, for the self-preservation type.
The gut types. I can't remember. I'm thinking about two. There's a channel, the father channel, where they talked about the 3 centers, the instincts. Yeah, the centers are different from the instincts. So you're talking about the head center, the gut center.
I have to work this out, but it's like further down my project list.
Yeah, I mean, you know what you were saying about like not memorized stuff? I've not memorized like definitions of like head, heart, and Jonathan and Crystal are like really good on Enneagram. And eventually that will be another set of videos on my channel. I was going, oh yes, folks, if you have got this far, then I have something to show you in terms of how things are getting flipping complicated with my channel, as you know, with the way things are laid out in let's see, let's put that there. I'll show you what the issue is. Right, there's Hangouts, and I'm going to move that over there. Screen 1, green, that one. Right, there we go. Right, and I'm going to go to, I think it'll be about PL. I think it's, there it is. This, folks, this is how my YouTube channel is organized. So as you can see, this NTP has quite a lot of threads going on. So, at the first tier on my channel, we have, of course, uploads. And there's Mr. M. There he is. Into the video. And then we have the Linda Berens Institute alumni. So this is going to be Dario Nardi and Chris Montoya. Then we have Victor. Right, and as you noticed, I've not put number 8 here because it's already there. So that's why that's not already there. And then I decided to bump this one up because this is a good series of videos. The Socionics MBTI Kersey intertype relation videos, where we go into a lot of detail. You INTPs watching this will like that series of videos. And then we've got the Model G with some telegenic interviewees. And then we have David M. Kersey, who's telegenic in his own way. And Jeff and Crystal. And then we've got Kretschmer Kersey temperament theory. Socionics modulators. Socionics miscellaneous. Now this guy here, just random guy turned up to an event, turned out to be an ENTP. We typed him on the spot. We typed this guy on the spot, and we talked about and when he brought up and he would pretend to hold a position that he in fact does not really hold, and he said, "Oh, I do that just to polish up my debate skills."
Can you get any more stereotypical than that?
I know. And it's like, no, but that is so, God. If you already know you're smarter than that person, why are you bothering to argue with them?
I read a paper on the reliability of MBTI typing, and the process that they do is first they put you through a test, and then the professional assesses your type, and then they give you like the type descriptions and allow you to type yourself. And guess which type has the most conflicts between their supposed type, as told by the authority, and what they were typing themselves as.
ENTP?
Yes.
Now, what did they type themselves as?
That wasn't clear from the statistics, but like they were the most disagreeable ones, with the highest percentage of disagreeing with their typing. So
really, they're trolling themselves.
Yes, I mean it's very typical, like disagreeing with someone that's supposedly an authority on things because of some subjective line of reasoning.
I don't like that. I mean, the idea to just have an argument with someone, just for the heck of, just for the sake of having a discussion, it's not like they can't see the forest for the trees, because it's like you just in the debate, you don't actually care with this person. You just want to. You're viewing it as a sport.
I mean, the process for me and what I observe from other INTPs in that regard, that we get into these discussions about things we actually agree on, is like I get pushed into it. Like I'm reading something interesting that someone says, and yeah, I basically agree with your opinion, but you see, you can't use this argument like this because whatever. Then, of course, I mean, that's the negativist TI, I think. You see what's missing, and you communicate that. And of course, it comes across as if you are like nitpicking, arbitrary, and just want to disagree. Of course, this person will then put up a rebuttal and say something, and then you discover more inconsistencies and start to go into this mode where you, yeah, but I really sometimes just see myself automatically go into this mode, like.
What? I've just not got time. I just do not have the. I just do not want to bother myself with negative, and these are some other channels, folks. these are some of the playlists on my channel. So Lady Lullaby Maria, highly recommend the Maria view, because she's the Socionics expert, Maria. Of course. Oh, Maria, just Maria. Darn it! I said her full name. Just Maria. And I won't say any more about her. She knows
Maria.
a lot. Darn it. YouTube. If the one.
let's cut this video.
No. I never said. I said slight. Anyway, we call her Maria K anyway, so that's all they heard. Maria K. Right. But so, what were you saying before I mentioned Maria?
About this INTP mode of getting into disagreeing with someone. Just
I don't like it. It's a waste of time. I don't concentrate on negative interactions. I concentrate on behind the scenes networking to get positive results, and that's how
you are suspiciously an F.
Yeah, maybe in order in that maybe, but I don't use the language. Is that in order to get good guests in the channel, you concentrate on.
Yeah, okay, but you
positive
have
relationships. I don't.
But you
controlling.
have a framework of reasons for your behavior. Like, for example, if I would do like you do all these YouTube channels and trying to get something going on between people, I would apply a different. I wouldn't like challenge Darunari on some stupid stuff. For one, because he's done this for decades and knows a shit ton more about it than I do.
Yeah.
But also just for the reason, to keep my main goal in perspective. Like I'm doing this, I'm trying to get people together and to create a positive environment for discussions.
I tell you what though. You know, most of the stuff I actually post, like say on my status updates, it's stuff about politics or it's Austrian school economics. It's like, because that's why I'm more passionate about that than the typology. The typology is more of a vessel to meet like-minded people. I'm not like posting stuff about, like, oh, ESTJs are this, ESTPs are that. It's not. No, I care more about promoting, like, working it into the Model G group. Look at TE versus NI. Ben, you're posting about Austrian school economics. Is TE NI? Just trust me. Have a look at the video. You'll see. You know it makes sense. Especially if you talk about, like, if people want a good example of TE versus TI, watch the video where you've got David Friedman and Robert P. Murphy, where you've got David Friedman, who's more empirical, and then from the Chicago School of Economics, and then you've got Robert P. Murphy, who's talking about the a priori Austrian method, where and then you can get things that you don't need to test. You just know they're true. You don't even need to test them. You just know they're true through super duper logic. This is a very narrow set of things that you can say that about, but they do come true. And also, is those things are proven to be true when you eventually do get to a point of testing them. So, for instance, we can have a priori definitions of increase in the money supply is inflation, and the price will be higher than it otherwise would have been.
What economic theory states that
it didn't change.
Yeah, but is there any economic theory that states that increase of the money volume is not inflation?
Or that it's all they think, but they don't think that's going to happen in Keynesian economics. Because they think that the price is determined by something else. You see, the mistake that Keynesians make is that they think an economy works on demand, right? And the problem is there's lots of different types of demand. There's demand from the private sector. So, for instance, if you've got a really strong economy where loads of people are working and they're earning a load of money, then they're rich. But they're rich because they've earned the money through being productive. Then they have a lot of demand for stuff. So I would say that's legitimate demand, which is the result of someone being productive, right? Say you had a different kind of economy. Say you had a load of people who were like printing their own money up. Then they've got a load of money. Then you've got money. But the people buying the money aren't also producing stuff. So you've got a sort of a mismatch between demand and production. And so,
if you make money without a representation of this money in production value or any other representation in a reward, then yeah, of course,
yeah,
inflation. I mean, all this modern stock market tactics that are used, like using artifacts in the accounting of money to make money, like for example, microseconds transactions, like when you buy a stock or exchange a currency in milliseconds, and that produces you make money out of this, but I mean you basically didn't like do anything for the system, like you're abusing the system to make money. I mean, if it's long-term investment and you are giving financial help to some company that you think will grow, okay, that's something different. But when you do this kind of esoteric transactions, that
the reason why is because at the moment the stock market is too big a part of the economy in terms of importance, because we live in an economy that has been, it's out of shape because of the price of money in terms of the interest rate. When interest rates are low, it forces people into the stock market. An example, you could get less than 1% or less on her savings. And there's lots of old people with money. They're not getting enough money from their bank account. So it forces them into the stock market. And so you have to go for the safest type of investment that you can. So for my mother, I went for trusts, got about 5% a year.
No.
But so it forces people into the stock market because there's nowhere else they can get yield. And so you're forcing people into the stock market. Other things is like, and so you get people in, and where companies will buy their own stock back. So, for instance, Apple borrowed money to buy their own stock back because the cost of borrowing the money was less than what they would pay out on their own dividend. So Apple but what Apple did was they were able to borrow that money at a fixed rate. So when interest rates go up, they're not going to have a situation where the amount of money that they're paying back is higher than the dividend. But a lot of companies borrowed at an adjustable rate. So when interest rates go up, they've got a problem because they bought back their own shares. So share buybacks, and those share buybacks help to elevate the price. One of the ways, a good empirical way to know whether a share price is overvalued is to look at something called the PE, the price over earnings ratio. And so when you've got stocks where their price is more than 30 times the earnings of the company, then you can say that company is overvalued. And there's a lot of Chinese companies that have low PEs, and especially like gold mining companies, where it's like, if you've got a company that has that's price of its shares are only 10 times its earnings, and if that company is in a safe industry like agriculture or mining, then I'd say buy that stock. It's got a low PE and it's in a safe safe area. Now, if you're talking about a technology company, I would not buy stocks in technology companies because it's a much more, you have to know that industry. You could do this where you have to know the sector and know where things are going. And you have to, that's to be like a huge upside because you're taking more risk. So for instance, in the 1980s, Commodore 64 was the biggest selling computer. By 1994, Commodore had gone. So we don't know. Investing in technology companies can go broke. We don't know where Apple's going to be in 5 years.
Yeah, if they
They'll
don't,
probably still be big, but you don't know.
I mean, they're losing. I mean, Steve Jobs was like his personality cult was the success behind the company.
To such an extent that one guy that I remember seeing a video of the guy like explaining Tiger operating system, and he wore the exact same thing, like black tight black top, like in his 40s, grey, but very very similar, like so much in a clone of Steve Jobs. But yeah, Apple, a lot of it is the marketing of this idea that like when the iPhone came out, it's like, how did they know that we wanted this? How could they be so? So how did they know? Well, what happened is they got people to sign non-disclosure agreements who they tested the product out on. So they did a huge amount of testing with consumers before their product came out. And then when the product came out, the reaction is, how did they know we wanted a phone that worked like this?
No, I mean, it's not a big secret. I mean, Apple is known for its consumer research.
Well, that came out in the last few years. But before then, it was quite secret.
Okay. I don't know. I never was an Apple enthusiast. My brother is, so I got some information from him, and he was like really enthusiastic about this, waiting for the next iPhone to come out and going through presentations and everything. And but for me, I don't know. I now own an iPads for 2-3 years now, and I basically owned it because it was like kind of the best product of a tablet PC back then. And now the situation has changed, but I don't give. I'm not very interested in like labels. Basically, in anything that I buy, I just look up the technical data and see what's the best option for my price range. Earlier, when I was a student and a pupil, like I was really doing analysis of price to performance ratios and working out the optimum graphic card, graphic accelerator for me to buy. Now I'm more lazy. I don't do this anymore because I mean it changes as a student, as people. I had a limited amount of resources. Now it's like whatever, 200 euro, 400 euro. Let's just buy it. If it's in this price range, it will be okay.
Yeah.
And but what I wanted to get on. Investing in when you invest in secure stocks, okay, that's this kind of transactions are actually having a positive impact on the system. You give money to the people to invest them in, but like something like Apple did, you said they bought their own stock back because it was
cheaper than paying dividends out. So, for instance, say they have to pay 5% out, but they can borrow the money at 3%. Then they've saved themselves 2%. Then they were smart enough, though, to get a fixed loan. Lots of people bought their shares back.
Yeah, I mean, it's from the egoistical perspective, and I'm not judging this in a moral way or anything. I mean, from their perspective, they made profit, of course. But I mean, what did this transaction like do to the entirety of the system? I mean, they took a credit and they basically increased the volume of money in the system, right?
Well, by what it means though is they took on more debt, so corporate debt has increased, and that's a bad thing. You see, this is what happens when if you have the government setting the price of interest rates, you get these weird effects because the price of money, the interest rate, should be determined by the natural ratio between the pool of savings, the amount of money that can be loaned out, and then the demand for that money. So, for instance, in the Middle Ages, there was more savings than would be lent out because the church was against Christians lending money. The only people who would lend money would be Jews. So that meant there was a very small amount of savings to lend, and there was a lot of competition for people to borrow from Jews, and so the Jews could set a high interest rate because it's supply and demand. There's a very small supply of loanable funds, and so the interest rate will be. So then you can start thinking that. So that's a natural relationship. If other people were loaning money out, say the church didn't have something against usury or usury, however it's pronounced, then there would have been a greater supply of savings to loan out, and then the interest rate would have been lower because the supply and demand would have been different.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but that's
one point of view. But that's on one level. The level below that, the higher level of understanding, is that this lending and borrowing moves resources, and it also moves resources across time. The person who is lending the money out is not using resources now, whereas the person who is taking that money will then be putting a claim on resources when they spend that money or invest that money. So it's a way of allocating resources across space and time.
That's interesting, especially. Yeah, I mean,
the links I sent, that I sent to you a few days ago, they explain it much better than me. And it was only like a couple of 10 minutes. There's a great video that's like 10 minutes long that explains it's a resource allocation and having mismatches in time, and it's fantastic stuff. And this is why I'm so passionate about Austrian School Economics. It's like it's TI. It's not like the problems that we have with when we went through the Reinin dichotomies. It's like whoa, this is spotless.
Yeah, as I said, I want to get economics, but projects.
Austrian school don't get economics. It's worse. Don't get any other school. They flush them down the toilet. Don't buy a book on economics.
You can't tell INTP to just focus on one theory you prefer. I will research contrarian theories just for the sake of
discussing. As long as you do Austrian, as long as Austrian is one of those views. But yeah, so you can have. So with inflation, like I said, there's demand from the private sector. So if you imagine that people buying products are also productive, so they're also producing products that other people buy, then there's a balance between demand and supply. If you have a situation where you have, say you get a population that ages, and you have more people buying stuff, and you're getting a lower production and more demand, and so the price will go up, and then you'll probably get more and then what would happen dynamically is you're gonna have so the Keynesians think that demand is equal, that there's no qualitative difference in demand, and they think that demand equals production. But I can show you how it doesn't equal production.
No, I mean, it's self-explanatory. I mean, gold.
But then if we go to the other side, if we look at the supply side, because if you look at the demand side, you can say, oh, look at the government injects all this demand into the economy, right? But then we say, wait a minute, but that demand is not from any kind of production. But if we then look at the economy works, because if we look at it like this, every rich country in the world, they might not produce everything, but they have something to sell. Every rich country, I mean, it's obvious, every rich country in the world has something to sell, whether it's manufactured goods or mining or agriculture, or even as a holiday resort. They have something to sell. All the rich, they have something to sell. Australia has something to sell. If it's natural resources, farming, South Korea, industrial, your country, Germany, lots to sell. That's why it's a strong economy. All strong economies have something to sell. And then you can say, wait a minute, that means production is the thing, not consumption. Production.
Yeah, I mean, it's both. It's not singular to and it
Yeah, but you can only consume after you've produced. But one of the key things is you can only consume if you've produced.
If the production of a service or a good is limited, if you can't simply produce more of that, so if the supply side has a cap on it, then of course no demand will drive up the production of that. Like, for example, let's say minerals, gold mining. I mean, probably there's the production of gold through mining is already probably at the highest rate it can be, because there's always interest in gold. Okay, I mean, if the demand would really be high, then alternative methods of producing gold would be explored.
Yeah, but it take a lot of time though to implement.
So, but that wouldn't be like a continuous function between demand and supply, but it would be like, if it raises above this level, then it's
really going to go up.
There's something similar going on with alternative energy, it only pays off when oil is at a certain price.
Yeah, and also it's worse because once oil goes down, say even if the oil price goes down just for a few months, it knocks out of kilter all of the long-term investments in renewables.
No,
and you can't make those long-term investments because you need the assurance. And so what then happens is that when the price of oil then goes back up, you're actually in a worse off situation. Here's an example of what's happened. Because the oil price has gone down, it means there's loads of people in America who are not doing all the fracking because it's not economical, and they've closed those rigs down. Those rigs might go somewhere else in the world, and then when the price goes back up, it says, oh no, we've got to hire them back. So it's like you can end up with the time aspect is very important.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you have used a lot of money and resources on producing this alternate method, and then suddenly it is not profitable because, for example, the oil prices are sinking.
And that's because they think the Federal Reserve is going to raise interest rates, and because all these things so it's screwing with the whole. So the Federal Reserve is screwing with the whole world economy. They honestly believe the Fed's going to raise. It would be a lot better for the world if the dollar went down and it enabled the yuan to go up. That would stop their economy is going all weird. You get all these dislocations because the price of money is half of every single transaction. Of money is crucial for the price signals. The price of things, that's what allocates resources across space and time.
And this the term price signals, does it mean like demand versus supply, or
Just the price of anything. The price of anything. If you're an entrepreneur and you know the price of something, if you know what the price tells you a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, the price is also a dynamic variable, right? I mean, it's...
That's the thing. And so it tells you... Okay, let's show what happens when you don't have that. In the Soviet Union, they had fixed prices. So there was no way for them to know what people want. You know what people want based on the price of things in certain areas. That's why entrepreneurs go, oh, there's a lot of demand for that. That's why that price is high. And then there's another Austrian insight was in classical economics, they used to think that the price of something was determined by the cost of production. No. Austrian school said, no, subjective theory of value. And they also had the law of diminishing marginal utility, which is that it's subjective value which determines the cost. That is why you can have people pay so much for a piece of modern art or a piece of fashion. It's subjective theory of value.
Exactly, and
it's not passing any judgment on whether they're stupid to believe that.
It's even worse, because if I want to survive in the high fashion industry, and I would make a dress that costs $20, I wouldn't make it in the high fashion industry. I have to put a price tag on it like $2,000, because otherwise I wouldn't have the demand, the interest from the group of people I'm targeting at. And I guess this goes with art and fashion and any product where the relation between product cost and actual price is big.
I mean, we've watched a lot of things. If we think about something that we watch a lot, we watch quite a lot of films and TV. And we talk quite a bit. And before the hangout, we're talking about quality of certain people in acting.
And they are basically worthless. Entertainment industry is basically worthless when.
Well, I mean, it's given us a lot of enjoyment and stuff to talk about. But the point is, we were talking about who's bad in Game of Thrones and who's good in Game of Thrones. The supply of good actresses and good actors is so small. That's why the great ones are paid so much.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think that there's a problem with good acting, because there are a lot of actors out there.
Yeah, it's so bad that even the ones on TV are bad. You should see the ones that aren't getting on TV.
I don't have a TV since a decade, but I mean, with actors, I mean, they're paying for starlets, and there are probably not probably. I know that there are better actors out there, and a lot of more talented actors than in the standard soap series, for example. I mean, people from theater, from my local theater here, they are better actors than all this starlets or script writers. Like, I mean. Sometimes it seems like guys from the industry just gave the script writing to some cousin because of connections instead of the talented guy. Because there are writers out there who are more talented than what they produce. So it's I don't think it's a supply thing in that area.
Well, I mean, when you see like casting, there are so many people that go for, and there's so many actors and actresses that can't get work because they're not good enough. And there's, I mean, if you go to, if you see a casting session in America, you will have actors and actresses turn up, but you loads of good-looking ones that aren't good enough, because basically there's so much supply of people who want to act that you've got to be good looking and be good at acting to break through.
Not necessarily. I think in the entertainment industry is broken in that regard.
There's a little bit of luck every now and then, but generally you have to be.
We talked about this earlier for Babylon 5 and Nielsen ratings. because the industry itself controls what people want, they control the signal of what people want through the Nielsen ratings and through other stuff. They say people want this and that, and they have absolute control over that. So because there is no concurrence, no rivalry in this industry, in the sense of someone could just make a movie and with good actors and good storytelling and just throw it out and rival those people, because those people are a closed industry, closed system, and you need money to I mean, you need a lot of money to make a movie.
But you see, American TV is ruthless. The number of shows that get cancelled, a lot of American shows get cancelled. There's one that you didn't watch. Caprica got cancelled. Didn't even reach the end of it. It got cancelled after 18 episodes. In fact, it got cancelled before the last few episodes were shown.
My heart is not broken about that.
I like Caprica. In fact, Caprica was one of the few series that if they'd have written a novel of what the next season would have been like, I would have read it. And I couldn't find anything. The only thing I could find was some stupid self-publishing book on Amazon called Caprica Blows, with someone complaining about how crap Caprica was. You didn't write it, did you?
That's my pseudonym. I wrote it. No, I mean, okay. People.
It's ruthless. American TV is ruthless for getting your show cancelled. If you don't perform with the ratings, you will get cancelled.
But the ratings are not a realistic measure of the quality of the show.
The thing is, not the advertisers don't care about is the advertisers care about the demographics of who's watching, whether they're young and they want to buy stuff, the demographics, the quality of people watching from a commercial point of view, the quality of who's watching and the quantity of who's watching. Right, and the advertisers, they send the signal to the. This is why American shows get cancelled. You watched an American program. You know one that got cancelled, didn't guy who read the guy that wrote Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Didn't he have a series that got cancelled in its first season?
I'm not
Firefly.
sure.
Did Firefly get cancelled?
Firefly, yeah. That's an example. I mean, it's a good show. It has good storytelling. The acting was, compared to other shows, good.
Yeah, it's okay.
It was okay by my standards, but I mean, compared to, let's say, Hercules, which was a commercially successful series, it's levels above that. Yeah, Firefly got cancelled, and there was a lot of cry out from the fans, of course, and they still made quite a lot of money on the DVD sales later on. And there are a lot of qualitative good series that got cancelled because
This is what I mean. So the reason I brought that up is that you said that you said you felt there's not the competition, but there is in terms of the individual person producing a series. Yeah. They don't get the viewing figures. They will get cancelled. Yeah, so they feel a lot of market pressure in that point of view.
Yes, in that point of view, but it's not.
They get replaced by better shows, so we benefit.
No, I mean, why are there no sci-fi series up now? Like there's like after Stargate, Star Trek, the 90s had a lot of sci-fi series, but then the millennial years were like nada. No major running sci-fi show that was really successful, with the exceptions maybe from Battlestar Galactica. But they moved into a more, let's say, crowd-pleasing direction. That the sci-fi series didn't went about ideas and sci-fi scenarios. But I mean, Battlestar Galactica is not really a sci-fi series in that regard.
No, it's not.
It's a drama series in space, and
Although,
it's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah,
and
I think all the stuff though with the robots though, that gave it that extra level where it became like social science fiction.
No, because the robots were basically human. I mean, they didn't even care to make them like toasters, like in the whole series. But they were human and they were sexy.
Yeah, I mean, even there they cut corners on the base stars. They didn't have a lot of furniture on their ships. On the base ships, there's just like some neon lights flashing, and do the rest of it in black.
And goo, a lot of goo.
Yeah, I mean, but, in terms of science fiction, it's.
I mean, tell me one hardcore sci-fi series in the last 10 years.
It's hard because what do you need? What do you need in order to have a good science fiction series? You need a combination of NT and Enneagram 4. It's a rare combination.
Yeah, I mean, that's the general problem. I mean, first of all, you have 25% intuitives in the general population. So everything that speaks to intuitives probably won't be a major concern.
But see, we're talking like this. The science fiction that they do make is crap. Doctor Who.
Mm-hmm.
They make that. That's been going since 2005. I don't watch it. My TI can't take it. Neither can my FE. My FE notices the bad acting, and my TI notices the plot holes.
I like it for the weirdness of it, and sometimes they do a good sci-fi episode. 1 out of 5 is a good sci-fi episode where the plot is actually a sci-fi plot and not a companion gets involved with Doctor Who.
That is a pretty low hit rate, though. 1 out of 5.
You have to take what you get, and it's looking bleak as for sci-fi series. I will watch anything that is in space or at least partly sci-fi-ish. That's why I would watch Battlestar Galactica, and that was a good choice because it was a good series in general.
So let's give some things to the fans. We've mentioned Babylon Film. We've mentioned Battlestar Galactica. Now, hopefully you will back me up on this one in saying that this one is a good series.
Of course.
Now, what do you like about Blake 7?
I mean, for a 70 series, for an all series like that, I was surprised at the moral ambiguity they were using. For that time, I mean,
even by today's standards, it's pretty.
Woo. Yes, like I mean, back then Star Trek was causing a uprising when Uhura and Kirk kissed, because it was an interracial sensual scene, and this was like a big thing. Or
that was in the 60s. That was in the late 60s.
Yeah. So this was challenging. Like they even didn't make moral dilemmas out of it. It was just like it was. I mean, it is a very bleak and dark world. Like that.
Oh yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Don't give away the ending.
And the good guys don't necessarily win. Like they even don't win in the end. Like,
oh my god, I can't believe you said that.
Like,
oh my, I do not believe you said that.
It's my
I might have to cut that bit out. I will. That little bit. I will try and go through. I will cut that little bit out. But yeah. So Blake 7 is great. That's don't mind that little cut in the film in there, folks. Wojtek said something he shouldn't have about Blake 7. Right. It's great. We will not talk about the last episode.
Is it now about a spoiler thing, or do you actually disagree on that?
No, it's not a spoiler. It's a No, I agree, but I don't. I think that's a bit of a spoiler to say what happened in the last episode.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, but now the implication is we've got INTPs watching. They can work it out. They can put 2 and 2 together and make 100.
Yeah, that's the problem with spoilers. You can work out a whole plot out of. But
yeah, especially us.
Okay, this is what makes a good series in general. You can predict it, and Blake 7 was difficult to predict.
Yeah,
like they sometimes did choose this route, sometimes they choose this route, and it was you expected that both could happen. Like it was not they will go with A. No, they changed it a bit. But also they had some really good sci-fi plots. Like really, I especially like the social sci-fi parts of it, like the society where Blake 7 was living in, and the other cultures that they met. That was like real sci-fi cultures. That like a lot of American sci-fi series basically have 2 archetypes of aliens. There are the Indian aliens that are basically like the warrior tribe, the Sioux, and the we are close with nature aliens. And then there are aliens that kind of are humans. And Americans in especially, like, or Western cultural aliens. They have nothing alien to them. And Blake 7 did some great parts. I mean, where the ship was built, the culture that built the ship, was kind of interesting.
Yeah, the system.
Yeah, and
did you like their outfits as well? The 2 cyborg chicks.
Okay, yeah. That was before 7 of 9.
Yeah. The costume designer was very proud of using that material.
Yeah. Well, wait a moment. There are a lot of similarities between Borg 7-9 and this. Interesting.
But they used it on Wilma in Buck Rogers. That was about 1980. So she wore it's like that lycra spandex thing.
And then there were this technological sci-fi bits that I liked about Blake 7, like all this. I mean, it was often not hard sci-fi in the sense of physically correct, but interesting ideas about technology and how to use them in a plot.
Oh, what do you think about OAK?
Love them. I mean, it was like.
Oh, I've got something for you. They're recently made new Blake 7s with the original cast. I don't think anyone's died recently. Has anyone died recently? They've got the original cast in new Blake 7 audios.
Okay.
So you've got the full cast audios. So you've got all of now. The person who does sound a little bit older is Jacqueline Pierce as Servalan, because she sounds 70. And she's
disturbing because she was like,
yeah. But like, it's got full cast. So if you want to listen to it, it sounds fantastic. It's like the full cast of. So for instance, you've got here Cold Fury, and they actually set it in the best Blake 7, which is season 2, where you actually still have Blake in it. And they have some set in season 3. So yeah, I've still not watched all. I'm terrible. I've got all these. I've only watched about half. Only listened to about half of them.
I might review Blake 7 sometime in the future, because I don't remember all the details. But yeah, that was what made it great. It had really good sci-fi bits in it. And then I don't mind the cheap effects or the sometimes the acting, often the acting was not that superb. Like it was meh, but I don't mind that if the ideas behind the story are good.
Oh yeah.
And,
I mean, as I get older, the acting's more important than the special effects.
It's not about the special effects; it's about the idea behind it. I see what they are going with, and I like it. And this plays a huge factor for me to liking a show or not liking a show.
Okay, here we go. So, how INTJ is Avon?
He's an INTJ stereotype.
Yeah. Although the actor, I think the actor sort of like got out of. I think he introduced too much of his own personality in seasons 3 and 4, where he came a bit more flamboyant as an INTJ. Because I think you got like seasons 1 and 2, it was like an ENFJ playing an INTJ, and he played an INTJ. But I think his ENFJ side came over in seasons 3 and 4.
Okay. No, I mean very stereotypical, but I loved it. I mean, it's
great lines.
He's so likable in his rational self-interest. Like,
if people want to know what Avon is like, if they just type in YouTube, Avon's best insults and jibes, they'll get a list of. So, for instance, when Villa says, "I've got this shocking pain right behind the eyes," Avon replies, "Have you considered amputation?"
Yeah, great lines. So, but there is a new series coming out, a new sci-fi series that I'm very interested in. I forgot the name, but it will take place in the solar system. It will be kind of hard sci-fi based. Like all the technology will be realistic. They don't really have magical devices. I think they will do a lot of zero-G shots in this.
Ooh.
And I think it will be very good.
I've recorded a few science fiction shows broadcast in the last few years, but I've not watched them yet. I've forgotten the names of them, but I still have them in my I still have them in a certain program, so I can name them. So ones I've not watched yet. So we have what's this Falling Skies? Have you seen that?
Yes.
What do you think of that?
American survivalist porn, but good character scenes, character development, acting, yeah. So I saw it until season 3, I think, and I didn't watch it from then. It's okay-ish. You might like it. I think it's.
What about Defiance?
Oh God. Like low budget emo and emo sci-fi shit.
What about Ascension? It stars Trisha Helfer.
Ascension? I think I did.
Trisha Helfer played number 6.
Huh? Let's see.
I think they set it. I think it's sci-fi, but they set it in the 60s. Yeah, I think it starred Trisha Helfer. I've got 3 parts of it.
Oh, well, oh, that sounds interesting. I'm just reading the premise. I never heard of it.
It might be one of these things that was a miniseries. It came out last year. Yeah,
6 episodes. Oh my God. but this sounds very interesting. I have to look it up.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it as well. We could watch it together and review it.
Yeah. Huh.
I mean, like separately, folks, not in different countries.
Okay, go on with your list.
I think that's pretty much it in terms of sci-fi. Another program I could recommend is there's a series by Darren. I'll recommend Darren Brown as well. Right, he does like Chicks of the Mind. But I would recommend maybe I would. There's something I want to watch called what is it? Oh yes. Have you heard of Desmond Morris, the guy that looks at body language?
I lost you for a second there.
Oh yeah. Have you heard of Desmond Morris?
Is this the series name or an actor?
No, serious. No, he's a scientist. He was a biologist and an anthropologist. Desmond Morris. He did a series called The Human Sexes.
Okay.
The differences between men and women in terms of body language and all things like that. I want to watch that in future.
Great sci-fi series that is somewhat similar to Falling Skies was Jericho. Did you hear of it?
Was that J. Michael Straczynski one?
Yes. So I looked up what else he did, and that's how.
It's a lot of stuff, isn't it? He's done a lot over the last 10 years, hasn't he?
Not that much in.
But films, though, in terms of films.
Yeah, but it was a good, not post-apocalyptic, but it's a good series. Sci-fi-ish. I mean, it's not like technological sci-fi or anything. I mean, it's a world after the US gets hit by terroristic attacks, and 25 of the largest cities get hit by A-bombs, by atomic bombs, and the series starts after that. And the most of the action takes place in a small town called Jericho. And how they survive the aftermath of this thing, and there's a great story arc about what actually happened and who made this attacks, and the reveal is quite good.
Okay. Right. I've also been recommended to me something called Robotech. Jeff recommended that to me.
Oh, it's a manga or something. I guess there's a lot of good anime stuff.
Ghost in the Shell. I've got the series of that, but I've not watched it yet.
Watch it. It's.
I like the film. I like the cinematic release they did.
And the series were great also, like good stuff.
Yeah, I need to watch. So, folks, I will show people. The Kira's good. I've seen this. I've seen the film, Ghost in the Shell. I've not yet watched these episodes. Nice box set. Not watched it yet. I'm terrible. I really am terrible.
Come on, it has a nice, sexy cyborg on the cover. Why didn't you watch it?
I don't know. I'm terrible at getting behind. And it's very good animation. I'm very disappointed by the standard of animation these days.
I guess there's, and I'm not very a huge nerd when it comes to anime, but I know that there's a lot of good stuff there, especially when you are into sci-fi. But if someone is watching this hangout still after 3 hours or so, and great sci-fi animes posted under this video
Yeah.
topic. I'm always interested in this kind of stuff because I mean, as for sci-fi, they have the advantage that they don't have this high production cost. I mean, that's a problem for every sci-fi series. You have high production costs, a very critical viewer base that can go either way on your product, and a limited viewer base because only a certain part of the population.
Also, I think that the viewer base now is, if you think about it, in the 1990s, the viewer base did not have access easily, especially the younger audience, to as much previous science fiction, whereas now they can download and watch a heck of a lot of science fiction, so they know the cliches. But now, of course, what we're sort of saying now is that anyone over 30 has just seen so much science fiction, they know all the cliches, right? Because someone who's 30, over the past 10 years, they've probably been downloading and watching nearly every science fiction series, that have watched all of Star Trek, that have talked about it on the internet, that know all these things inside out. Whereas if you're watching TV in the 1990s, the most information that you got, because the internet wasn't really at a point where it could you couldn't download things and videos and stuff. But the most in 2000, you used to sell a lot of those science fiction magazines where they would review, because there were quite a lot of science fiction series on in the 1990s, the late 1990s, early 2000s. I would buy them. Like when Buffy was still on, and Voyager, and all of those ones, these American series, and
Andromeda Ascended, and by the way, Andromeda Ascendant.
I've got Andromeda on there as a list of programs. So have you ever watched? Did you watch Lex? I think that was shown. That was a co-production. That was a German co-production, wasn't it? Did you watch Lex?
Lex. My opinion about Lex. Either you hate it or you love it. There's probably nothing in between. You won't say, yeah, Lex is kind of okay. You either, I mean, it's very goofy.
Yes.
In what they are doing, it's totally weird. Weirdness factor is very high. Sci-fi series wise, it's difficult. They did sci-fi plots, but with this own weirdness to it that you either like or you don't. So yeah, I kind of liked it. It's something else. Let's say that it's something else.
You know what I mean? Like the ability to catch up. Like, for instance, I would catch up in the 1990s with and 2000s is we had a channel in the UK called UK Gold, Doctor Who and Blake Seven. So that's how I watched in the 2000s, and slightly before. But now, and they would show one story a week, so it would take 2 or 3 years to actually go through all the Doctor Who's. Now, someone can download the torrent. The torrents, if they buy, and also another thing is people downloading all of getting all of the DVDs. All the DVDs are full of making of features. You got all this behind the scenes stuff. You got all these commentaries. So someone who is a science fiction fan gets to consume all of these previous generations of science fiction, books on it, documentaries on it, commentaries on it. So you have a science fiction audience that is very knowledgeable, but more knowledgeable because, like I said, because I got access to all this previous stuff that wasn't there before. and
it's a tough audience. Yeah. Sci-fi viewers is, as I said, kind of.
And what Doctor Who does, the way they make it, they don't aim it at an audience that is what they aim at a younger audience that has not experienced all this previous stuff.
Especially the new ones. Yeah, it's like, oh, the Doctor's this. Hey, look at this. It's very it's SP-ish.
I think Matt Smith was the right Doctor. That in terms of like, especially like if you got NT and F girls of a 13, like, who's now playing the Doctor.
Yeah, I saw maybe like 3 episodes with the new guy. Don't know. Is it? Are you up to date with Doctor Who?
Yeah, he's old and he can't really act very well.
That's not a good combination.
Whereas the guy before him could act, he was good looking. And I remember seeing on YouTube that like these young women, especially the young NTs, NFs, they love Matt Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was also.
You see on YouTube, there were posters of Doctor Who on the wall. Yeah. You had these female YouTubers like, INTP, they got a picture of Matt Smith on the wall.
Yeah, okay, it draws in more people into sci-fi, so it's a good thing. But
we should say one thing. We can campaign to people. So, Wojtek, who should be the new Doctor Who? Which actor?
Don't ask me about actor names, but Gaius Baltar. No, he would. I mean, he when he would actually use his Gaius Baltar character, and I mean, there's a lot of him in the Gaius Baltar character. Yeah. It's like he's not acting at all. He's just doing his stuff, and that I think that would be perfect for Doctor Who.
I'd rather sit in a dark room and imagine James Callis playing Doctor Who than watch Doctor Who.
I am when you said about downloading stuff and being able to watch a series within like several days. I remember now why I don't watch series anymore. Like for 2 years.
Well, not over several days, but what I mean is like someone can watch it like over a month.
Yeah, no. But what I want to say is I haven't watched anything for about 2 years because I know myself. When I when I get my hands on a new series, I will watch it in 2 days.
I don't. I'm terrible. All those things I've downloaded and I ain't watched them.
I can't stop. Once I'm getting into it, I will watch episode after episode after episode until my eyes bleed.
I did that twice. I actually did that with Caprica. And then I did it with Game of Thrones. I watched 3 seasons of Game of Thrones across 2 weeks.
Oh, whoa. And they are like 1 hour each or 2 hours?
I think about 1 hour each.
Yeah. I really tried to control myself with Game of Thrones to wait until the whole season is out and to like delay my pleasure, like not watching.
Oh, we have to avoid spoilers these days.
Yeah, but because the series is so great, and I want to get the most out of every episode, and I don't want to be in the state where I have watched 3 episodes in a row, and I watched the 4th one kind of bored, and I do not get to appreciate what they are doing, and there's a lot to appreciate about each episode. So,
although for me, Game of Thrones, I mean, other people might find it, but I don't find a lot of rewatch value in.
Yeah, that's true. I tried to rewatch some of it, but I think the suspension of what will happen next is greater than it's.
Whereas, I think maybe the series with the most rewatch value is Red Dwarf. I think you've watched that. I can't remember.
I watched some episodes, but I couldn't get much into it. It's I heard that they did some good episodes, sci-fi wise, but
yes, the references are quite British in.
Okay, I think you have to be British or Britannophile to enjoy the series.
Nicole watched it.
All of it, all seasons.
I think she watched. She didn't watch series. She said she watched it when she was 14, so she would have watched. They once did a convention in Seattle, I think. I don't know. But yeah, it's very. Yeah, Red Dwarf is cool. I think that's my favourite. I am. Now, Enneagram 4s are meant to be envious. The only writer I'm really envious of is Doug Naylor, because of the things he can do in Red Dwarf. That perfect combination of plot, characterization, and dialogue, where he just knocks Douglas Adams out of the park in terms of plot and characterization.
Are we talking about the same series?
Oh yeah, the plot's very good. The plot's very good. There's once a plot in Red Dwarf called
the one with the cat person that evolved from a house cat on the spaceship.
Yeah. I can give you an example of the story. I can give you a great example of the story.
Yeah.
Rimmer is Rimmer's a hologram. He's getting drunk. He's getting morose.
Yeah.
He talks about being lonely. It's Rimmer's birthday.
Mm.
Lister decides to give Rimmer one of his old girlfriends from his memory into the program of Rimmer, so that Rimmer thinks that one of Lister's old girlfriends, Lisa Yates, was his girlfriend. And then so he wakes up and he's really happy. Then there's little plot holes that he notices, like having his appendix out twice. And then he finds a diary, and then he finds out, then he confronts Lister. You were going out with Lisa Yates at all? And he says, no, Rimmer, you never went out with her at all. And then he explains that I implanted her in his mind. But because he loved this woman that was planted, he was so heartbroken that he then decided, right, we've all got one, right? And so they have their memories wiped, right? And then they get up and then they go, oh no, what do? We need to find out. And then when he finds out again, then they go to wipe their memory again. But that isn't the way that so that's the chronology of it, but it isn't actually presented in that order as a story. It's presented as they do that thing, right? And then what happens is they wake up the next day. So it cuts that bit out, and they wake up. One of them's got a foot in plaster, and it's how did this happen? 2 days have been, and then sort of invest those events later on down. So it's a wonderful combination of characterization, like Rimmer falling in love with someone who he never actually had a relationship with, and of plot. The fact that he goes in this recursive loop. This thanks for the memory recursive loop.
I watched just some episodes.
Oh yeah, I'll just say one line. There's one great line from it. So they were doing a jigsaw. So they did all these things to show that time had gone missing. And Rimmer always thinks it's aliens that are sort of the solution. So, and then and before they went, and in between, the jigsaw got completed, and so the aliens came in. They must have wiped our memory, and then the computer chirps in, did a jigsaw. Aliens did our jigsaw, Rimmer. No. So yeah, it's a wonderful combination of dialogue, characterization, and plot. And I should review it. I think I will review it. I know someone who likes recursions. Right, and so we might leave it at that, folks.
Yeah.
If you have watched all of this, please leave a comment and tell us what your type is.
First of
Thank
all,
you.
respect.
So it's good night from me, and it's good night from
Wojtek.
Right, here we go.